Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to all of you to the first session of the second day of our FDP. Data are becoming the new raw materials of business now. So, dear participants, the theme of today's session is expanding role of data analytics in business operations. According to a recent study of MicroStrategy, over the next 3 years, and beyond 71% of global enterprise predict their investment in analytics and it will increase. So in the light of this trend, gaining an in-depth understanding of business analytics and the importance in management education is required. So let us invite the speaker of the day, Mr. Varun Rastogi, who is currently working as the director with Deloitte Consulting India. He is an economics graduate with masters from Delhi School of Economics. So Mr. Rastogi has always been a management consultant throughout his career, more than 15 years of strong analytics experience, working on multiple client management projects. His area of expertise is customer and analytics with focus on customer value management, marketing mix modeling, sales forecasting, pricing and promotion analytics, and he is known for demonstrating expertise in building and deploying predictive analytical models to support the customer agenda within and outside India. He also holds a US patent under his name on marketing spend optimization. Welcome, Mr. Varun, and the session is over to you.
Thank you, Shamli, for the warm welcome. And I hope everyone can see me and hear me properly.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. And welcome everyone for this webinar. So let me start the presentation by sharing my first screen, and then I have a small presentation, but I would love to have this kind of a session be an interactive, and would be happy to answer any questions, and which you can either uh, speak in between or can put on in chat window, and we can take it later down the session. So let me share my screen, so which I have a small presentation, which okay, I think it worked
It
now
is
at least.
audible.
Okay, so let's start. Sorry for this tech issue, but
It's okay.
yeah. So I think the topic for today is primarily the expanding role of data analytics in business operation. So what I understand and what have I put in my content is primarily use an application of analytics across industries in different domain, and how are these industries are currently using analytics in their day-to-day operations. So when I say operations, primarily it can cover whether it's a sales operation, whether it's a marketing operations, or even in the supply chain, which is getting disrupted due to COVID-19, and how analytics help them in overcoming those challenges which COVID faced on that. Then there are multiple operations across human resources, having the right talent, how to retain the right talent, or other kind of operations, whether it's in manufacturing plants, how can we make sure that our machines are running on a regular pace and there is no predictive maintenance failure. So those kind of all operations which a business is doing, starting from human capital to any kind of the functionings, the analytics is playing a key role. And there are multiple divisions of analytics which helps them. I will cover in my subsequent slides. So as it's primarily said, data is the new oil, uh, which is generated at a speed of bullet, right? So, so some of the key statistics I thought I'll just put you in front of you. So 90% of the data in the last 3 years has been collected in the last 3 years only. And the data is coming at a structured data sets. Like for example, you are doing a transaction in a retail store, whether you are using your telephone to make a call, whether you are you're doing a transactions in a bank or buying an insurance companies. A lot of structured data is accumulated with banks, with telcos, with insurance companies. There is a lot of unstructured data which is also getting captured now, which is the tweets you are doing on Twitter, the Facebook comments, the social media related feed, the Facebook comments, Instagram channel post, etc. All this data is also getting collected, which is mostly unstructured because there is no hardcore text. People are uploading images, people are uploading videos, people are just commenting, right? So this is the unstructured data. And then there is a machine data. Machine data is primarily which is collected from machines. Like for example, most of you are aware of and must be wearing smart wearables, right? Getting data for your foot count, what is your BMI score on a daily basis, you're tracking, or even the factories, right? What kind of pressure it is maintaining, what kind of temperature the burner is running, how many times of downtime have happened. So all these kind of machines data, which is primarily IoT devices, are used to capture this kind of data, is growing and growing and growing, because now the organizations are feeling the need to, and there is no limitation on capturing the data. The earlier in 70s and 80s, the problem was that the data was still there, but the problem of capturing was there, and the data storage was a major issue. The data storage cost was very high. But now you obviously, now we are talking about terabytes and gigabytes. Everyone has a laptop with at least 1 TB 2 TB kind of a space. It's very easy to assemble the data, store the data. And now you might have heard of cloud service providers like Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud Services, and Microsoft Azure. These are the cloud providers who have come up and given you a lot of flexibility to store the data, to use analytics on these data sets over their platform without even worrying about what is the cost of infrastructure, what is the cost of maintaining this, right? Because what their model is primarily is pay as you go model. So if you want a 2 TB space, they will just charge you for 2 TB. And if you just use it for 1 hour in a day, you will be only charged for 1 hour in a day. So these kind of intervention, these kind of technological innovations have helped the data sets to be used across worldwide and in a much more feasible and a flexible manner, right? So what is this data and analytics framework? So I'll maybe first few slides, I will try to cover a bit of base and then move towards the industry part to have, so that there's a clear understanding of what we are talking. So primarily data and analytics framework in all the organizations are divided into 4 parts. The first part and the key part is the data management, which is collecting the data set from different data sources, whether it's your own data which you are getting from different retail organizations are getting from their retail stores, or the data from social media channels, or the data from third party data sources who are capturing. So getting all the data into one place, because if you want to do an analysis of a customer, every data source needs to be consolidated and build a single source of truth. For example, if I'm going to a retail store, what is my transaction history? How much I have already spent on loyalty card? What kind of lifestyle behavior I have, what kind of demographic behavior I have. So if I have all this information together and collate it for myself, definitely the analysis, the recommendation part for a retailer would be much more easier. I might be purchasing a very low value, let's say bucket of products. Like I've just only spent 500 rupees. But if they come to know that I'm living in a very posh area, my monthly income is very high, then that means the possibilities that I might land up in a very high value segment for them, though the bucket size which I'm getting from them is low, but the targeted campaign for a retailer would be quite significant for me still, because I'm in a different cluster altogether, in a different segment altogether. So data management is very key. Then the second is data exploration. How to define the right KPIs for a business is very important. For example, every retailer see average basket size as a major KPI for their retail transaction. For a telco customer, very simple. For everyone is using phone, and how the telco companies segment these customers for us based on your ARPU, which is average revenue per user. How much revenue per month are you giving to this telecom operator, with any operator? So this is a standard nominations. Then there is a churn rate. So these KPIs needs to be very well defined and regularly track on to see how are we doing. Is the ARPU increasing or decreasing over the time? If the ARPU is decreasing, you might be gaining more and more customers, but the possibility is that they're not spending high. They're just doing a recharge or doing a postpaid correction of a very low value for you. So overall revenue is still dipping, but your customer base might be increasing, right? So these kind of KPIs needs to be tracked on a regular basis. So that comes from a data exploration, identifying which is the right KPI. Then visualization, most of you might have heard the terms of, or I will talk about it. The visualization tools like Tableau, ClickView, these are reporting platforms for every organization. These are like bread and butter right now. They have to see on a screen and for a function how their different KPIs are performing. So visualization helps them to understand, okay, year on year, our revenues are increasing. Year on year, our volume sales has decreased. This quarter was not good. This last quarter was good because there was a seasonality. So all those visualization related to different campaigns, different KPIs, everything comes on a screen, and then different multiple reports are prepared depending on the user persona. For a sales and marketing person, it is very important to understand how the marketing spends they have been doing in television, radio, digital are giving the return on investment. Are they capturing the right segment when they're doing a campaign? Right? So all those KPIs for a sales and marketing has to be there in the data visualization. Now the last part, and which is the quite interesting and the important one, is the data science. So everything, we get the data, we can see the some screen visualization, but what next? How can we use analytics, advanced analytics, data science, or you can call it artificial intelligence, machine learning? It's all same. It's this the jargons are a bit of different, and there is right different usage of some of the components within that. So data science primarily use data, which is you're collating, capturing, and building the models. What kind of models it build? For example, you go to a bank and apply for a loan, and then they go check your credit history, your credit worthiness by looking the paying capability of yours, right? So those kind of information they capture and they build a predictive model. All the banks build predictive models and gives a score, a probability score to every customer, which applies to them. And there is a cutoff they have already maintained. If the probability is greater than zero point 0.7, only then the loan will be given. Otherwise, they will reject the application. Otherwise, anyone can go and apply the loan, right? So these kind of predicting models help them in identifying which customers should be given a loan, which customers for a telecom would be going to leave the operator next month. Uh, what are the different segment of the campaigns we should be capturing? You might be seeing when you log into AWS or even Netflix or Prime, movies recommendations for you, products for you. So all these are segmented products recommendations for your persona, which has been designed for which and shared to you. You might go to different house and you will not see the same movies recommended for you, because the specific persona, the user has been into some segment and you are in a some segment, and those how the persona is. Because the more you watch Netflix and Prime, definitely you are going to renew the subscription. So that is called more and more engagement. If I'm engaging more and more, that means the possibility of renew, the possibility of staying is high. If I'm reducing less, you might feel that I'm just overpaying, I'm not using this, and I might leave. So that is why they always try to get you the best of recommendations so that you get excited and watch it. So that's how the whole principle of predictive analytics and next best recommendation comes into play, which is part of the data science. So I will cover very small part of, so there are 4 key elements, right? Data management, exploration, visualization, data science. The focus would be on data science, but I will just cover a single slide on all 3 of them to make it easy to understand, because these are also the building blocks. If you don't have the right data, no analytics can be possible, right? So how it normally done? So traditionally, there used to be a data warehouse, like for example, Teradata, Oracle, SQL Server. You might have heard some of the names, where the structured data can be easily stored, which is called in a technical language RDBMS, Relational Database Management System, where the storage is easy. There is a column structure, there is a row structure, and data can be easily fed. Then there are ETL tools which primarily get the data from sources and store it in a simple format. Now there is a concept called data lake which has come, which is a extended version of data warehouse. It can store structured data, it can store data coming from machines, it can store data coming from social media, in an unstructured format, which can be a tweet, which can be an images, which can be a video, which can be anything. And it's very low storage. Most of the cloud providers like Amazon, Google, and Microsoft, they provided a very cheap dirt cost. So you can store any amount of data. Like for example, even Google is giving every individual 5 GB on their Gmail address, right? So it's very low. So and it all goes into data lake, because you can upload in your drive, you can upload videos, you can upload your images, you can upload your data sets, Excel file, PowerPoint, anything. It all goes into data lake. So that is a data lake actually. And in those data lake, you can do any kind of model. You can do image recognition. For example, there are hundreds of images. What are the segment of images you wanted to classify? For example, if you open your phone, it automatically classify your family members into a cohort. Like if you just wanted to see your photos of your son or daughter, you just click on that and it will automatically from last 2 years collate and show it all the photographs of your son. So how is it doing? Because you just tag it as your family member, and then it automatically go and search all the images based on the image recognition program, and search and identify all those images and display to you. So that is how it all happens, right? So I think that is a key concept which primarily data warehouse and data lake to understand. The second is I think which I talk about primarily the data exploration, which is first of all, what data set do we need to capture? Data discovery is important. So you need to make a data source for any organization. That is key important. How to capture the data? There has to be some mechanism to capture the data. In retailers, if you go to Big Bazaar or any shopper stop or any they just capture it through the tagging system where the data is automatically captured. So if you buy something, it automatically gets fed into their machines. This is the barcode ID, this is the customer ID. If you have a credit card details, they will ask you and feed you. All information is captured because they wanted to send you promotions, campaigns. You might be getting exclusive privilege discount before the sale of 15 hours before. Like for example, these days Myntra is doing a lot, Grofers is doing your extra hours before the sale happens. They give you a privilege to watch and block your items on the cart itself. So these kind of data capturing exercise is important. And KPIs, which I talk about primarily, what are the right KPIs you need to measure to make sure your business is moving in the right direction. KPI is quite important because sometimes people are tracking KPIs which may or may not be relevant, but it is important to understand a holistic view of the KPI. As I talk about, you might be tracking the volume of customers, but if the volume is a very low rung, you might not be getting the right revenue. So having a balance of revenue, volume, quality, experience, everything is important. And that is where the data KPIs comes into play. And then data collection, which I talk about. Any questions so far? Or I'll move.
Yeah, any questions, then please go ahead. You can raise your hand. Okay, we can move forward.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think I have a video. I don't know if you are able to hear it. Let me know.
Yeah.
They say knowledge is power, but how do we make knowledge
Yes,
powerful?
it is audible.
Especially when that knowledge comes in the form of data. Lots of data. How do we find the meaning? Tell the story. Share the story. Infographics, where data meets design. What makes good data visualization? Take a few seconds to count the sevens in this number set. How many were there? Not sure? Now try. A simple color change makes comprehension almost instant. Color is one of several pre-attentive attributes, like size, orientation, flicker. Visual clues that the human brain processes within 250 milliseconds. Now imagine that we're not looking for specific numbers, but patterns. We can use color to show correlation, size to show quantity, or orientation to show trends. And not just data. The power of design can be used to better communicate all sorts of information. Processes, hierarchy, anatomy, chronology, better communication through innovation. Because your message is only as good as your ability to share it.
Okay.
So
I think,
Mr. Varun, there is a question from Dr. Bali. The question is, how can we use these tools in academics as a teacher? The point is, these tools are very useful for the students. So as a teacher, how we can highlight that?
sure. So I think most of the information about students you are already capturing, but if we should also try to capture the all the student records, or obviously we in a system, right? And then there can be, we can simply start with building a visualization first of all, to understand how every student is performing in terms of their marks. Is it going down, is it going up, and what could be the possible reasons for that, or uh, or what kind of activities they are taking part, how much time they are spending on their classes or other activities. So those kind of tracking mechanism can be built on a visualization. And we need to think, how can we use analytics, predictive analytics, to see if it can be done based on data sets what we are capturing right now, of which student is at a high risk of not clearing the exams, which students are doing good, so that we can take some preemptive actions, like for example, if the class needs an extra time, or some special classes, etc., right? So those kind of things can be brought into the universities. uh, Other than that, what I can think of is, I think data, first of all, we need to capture data in a regular format, which I see a lot of challenges in universities. Like, like, is there a digitization of the data has already happened, and every data is captured in a computer and machines. There is no physical record, or there is nothing. If the data is really well captured, then you can do a lot of insights, first of all. So first, capturing data is important. Then maybe we'll start with a simple visualization of the data sets. What is the cluster? What kind of population is coming? What kind of interest they are showing? How many people are taking different subjects? What subjects are popular? What subjects are not? To get a more and more insights. And if we are able to get data from the competition or some other universities, how are other universities doing? Where are they doing good? Which subjects they are teaching? To do a bit of comparison, right? So that then you can bring more and more innovation and more innovative ideas in your areas. And of course, for students to who are actually going to be moving to organizations and moving into industries, I think these courses definitely can help them if they are introduced in your curriculum academics. Like for example, a simple, how can you, like for example, how can you build a simple database to start with, which is a SQL language, structured query language. What is SQL? How can you do the programming? A simple data dashboard design course of either Tableau, ClickView, or even the analytics course. For example, how can you learn R, Python, which are the open source and freely available tools. And there are so much of data sets freely available in websites these days. How can you use those data sets and solve a real world problem, and make it can be becoming some kind of a small competition within the college campus, to see which kind of candidates have a business acumen as well as the predictive analytical ability to solve business problems. And obviously that helps us decide the path of children. Like these students are really good for analytics projects, these students are more on academic side. So that kind of some differentiation also can be done. Okay, so visualization, I think the last video was primarily on visualization. How, if we see the numbers, we will not be able to get anything out. But if we are able to see some patterns, designs, definitely the more and more you are able to understand and see the insights. So that is all about visualization. How to present data in a format which makes sense. If I just tell you the numbers, you might not be able to see. But if I just simply project a trend line, you might be able to say, okay, the for example, it's a revenue number, so revenues are increasing, and with which is increasing exponentially, which is easy to understand, right? So how to present in through charts, through tables in a charts or any graphical manner is all about visualization, because we don't go in order. We only see what is aberration. For example, if red is bad, which is already built in our mind, not green is good. So those kind of uh, insights come primarily from the visualization, and it's always good to start with seeing building a good dashboard for a normal consumption, which most of the organizations have. Even if they're not doing predictive analytics, at least they have reached a stage of data and visualization, because that is the least they can do, which is get the data and identify the right KPIs and build it on your dashboard to track what is happening, because otherwise they will not know what is happening. There's in so much of operations that it's very important for the senior management to track what is happening, which region is not performing, which regions are not doing good, which sales manager is actually selling above the target, which sales managers are not performing in the which according to the targets which have been given, and these kind of interventions, or then what kind of interventions they need to take to make sure it achieves the right targets, right? So that is important. So there is a small video on visualization. I think it's a very powerful video which has been developed a few years back by BBC. So I thought I'll just show it to you, and then we will directly move to the analytics part. Okay. So I think that was a interesting video and a display of how visualization can become powerful just by plotting on a single 2x2 matrix and seeing over time how can you get more and more insights. So I think I have a small quiz to just make it interactive, and so maybe if you can just put it in the chat window your answers, and then we can move to the data science part. So I have just a few questions. So the first question is, which of this is not a predictive analytics tool? So there are 4 options. So Shamli, I cannot see the chat window, but I hope the participants are putting options A, B, C, or D, or whatever.
C, most of them have written C. It's
yeah, I think correct.
They can speak also. If anybody wants to speak, they can speak. Yeah.
Yes, you're right. It's Cobra. So Python and R are the open source predictive analytics tool, which have gained popularity in the last 10 years. Python used to be along, but the usage of deep learning, machine learning algorithms was not there because of the inability of storage and the computing power. But now with these new technologies, which I spoke earlier, it has again gained the importance back, and usage have been very phenomenal. So Python is actually getting used a lot, even in more than R. SAS is a paid statistical analytics tool, US based company, which still very highly used by banks, insurance companies, and telcos globally, because obviously it's not an open source, and they have to reply back to the customer, and it's a regulatory uh, it's approved by the regulatory departments, whether it's a insurance company or a banks, to use them and build predictive models. For example, if I apply to a loan and I'm got rejected, I have the right to know what happened. So SAS is an approved software by most of the regulatory authorities. So it's used. Second question, I think there is a image. If you clearly see, there is a difference between there is a muffin and there is a breed of dog, Chihuahua. So how can you tell which is a muffin and a Chihuahua? What kind of technology?
The last 2 options are not visible. I mean, you can move the right a bit. Yeah.
It's visible.
It is visible. Okay, fine. Perfectly fine then.
So the first option is blockchain, B is regression, artificial intelligence, and optimization.
So someone has mentioned B, then C,
okay.
Blockchain, A. It is a mixed kind of response.
Yeah, so I think the answer is C, artificial intelligence, which has a component called natural language processing and image recognition, which helps differentiate 2 images, like the example I talk about. If you can classify who is your son, daughter, husband, wife, etc., which it easily captures the image, and then based on that, easily able to classify into different segments. Okay, so the third question is, which of these is not an application of machine learning? So machine learning, I know if you're not aware, I'll just give you a quick. So machine learning is primarily a branch of artificial intelligence only, which is how it uses the data which has been in the past to get more and more insights about future. In a simple language, is all about machine learning. How, based on my customer history, how my history, a bank is able to give me a loan, a telecom operator is giving me an offer, Netflix is giving me a recommendation, is all usage of machine learning. So which of this is not an application of machine learning?
It should be thought processing, sir.
Correct. Right. So machine learning can do image processing, speech recognition, like for example, Alexa, Siri is all machine learning. It understands you, it reads you, translate your voice to text. And NLP, natural language processing, is all about segmenting. For example, you're giving feedbacks, right? On Zomato or on Facebook or on Swiggy, that the food was not good, the service was poor, the ambience was not nice. So all those feedbacks, how it is used, they're not just capturing for the sake of capturing. They actually get all the feedbacks.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, please repeat the explanation of these four
Correct.
options.
So image recognition or image processing is all about differentiating between 2, 3 images. Like in the last question you have, how can we understand what is the images saying and classify the similar images into a similar cohort. So that is all about image. The natural language processing, NLP, is also called as NLP, is primarily used to understand the text. So for example, you are giving a feedback on Zomato. This food was not good, the ambience was not bad, the service was poor. So for example, for a particular restaurant, there are 1000 reviews. So what will they do with this is they build a NLP model, which is a natural language processing model, on all the text and understand what is the customer feedback and sentiment all about. For example, if they're talking good, they will classify the sentiment as good. If they're talking bad, they're classifying it as bad. And based on that, a different a joint sentiment comes into play, that there is a positive sentiment, there's a negative sentiment. Most of the customers are talking about ambience. Most of the customers are talking about a specific food variety which was really bad. So those kind of insights come up, and which helps the restaurant owners to understand, okay, the service is good, the food is good, but maybe the ambience needs a lit up, right? So those kind of interventions are primarily done using natural language processing. Speech recognition or speech processing is like, for example, Alexa is doing, Siri is doing. They understand what you're trying to say, and based on your input, translate that into a text, and then go back to the system, Google, internet, and send you the output. For example, if you say, Alexa, I want to listen to this particular song, it will hear you out, translate your voice into text, which is through machine learning and artificial intelligence, and then process it, whether in their Alexa app or Amazon Prime or Amazon Music app, get the audio up and then play it for you. So that is all speech recognition. Obviously, thought processing is not done by machines. It's a human mind which primarily do the thought processing. So that is why C is the right answer. Okay, so this is a bit of tricky question. What does ETL stand for? Anyone who has used ETL, or anyone is aware of?
Extract, transform, load.
Correct. So it's extract, transform, load. It's a basic terminology used by data engineers primarily. When they get the data from different sources, how they extract the data, how they transform the data into, like, for example, there is a different format. There is a, like, let's say your database works in a format of a date, which is MMDDYY, but the data in some data source is in a format YYYMMDD. So first it captures the data, it transforms the date into your format, and then loaded it into the database. So that is why it's called extract, transform, load. And that is first activity any data engineer will do, is identify the source, build a ETL tool. There are different ETL tools, like the Microsoft has a SQL suite of SSIS, which is it called. There is a freewares like Pentaho, Talent, etc., which are used to do this ETL activity. Last question: which tool cannot help you visualize your data in dashboards? I think I spoke about 2 of the tools, but the 2 is I haven't spoke about. Are we getting some responses?
Yeah, D. People are mentioned. Some have mentioned D. Few are mentioning A.
Okay, so
Actually, I know about Tableau and Power BI. They are visualization tools, but I do not know about C and D. So the answer is either C or D.
correct. So Tableau and Power BI are the worldwide mostly used visualization tools. Power BI is from Microsoft, and Tableau is a different firm. So these are the dashboards. Spotfire is also one of the tool which is used for dashboarding. Pentaho is actually a ETL tool, which was the last question, which is used to extract, transform, and load the data set. So that is all about visualization and some questions on data side. Now let me try to deep dive on data science and analytics. So I think the first thing which normally used in analytics is it is structured into descriptive, predictive, prescriptive. There is one more called diagnostic, which I will come into the next part, but the majority happens in these three line items. So descriptive, what is descriptive? Descriptive is what has already happened. So for example, we are sitting in a room and we analyze the historical performance. This is all descriptive. For example, for an organization, the category sales for last quarter has been down by 5%. This is descriptive, right? The churn, the employee attrition has been high in the last 6 months. This is descriptive. These are some of the facts which have come from the analysis of data, and which is important to track because that gives you a way of what you should do. So that is descriptive. Now predictive. Predictive is what will happen. Okay. So now, okay, now you know that, for example, in a very simple environment, for example, for a telecom customer, I used to do a regular calls. My volume was very high. My usage, my outgoing, incoming was quite high. My data usage was high. In last 2 months, 1 month, I've stopped using data altogether. I might have moved to some other SIM card, or I have a dual SIM phone and I'm using other SIM, which most of you might be doing in the past, uh, using that for my data usage. The possibility for a telecom operator is this customer has shown some very abrupt behavior. He used to be a very heavily engaged. Now the engagement ratio has gone down. The possibility is that he might churn, he might leave, right? So that is something which is an important. What will happen, and that has to be forecasted. That has to be planned, right? If you are making a budgetary plan for a next 1 year, most of the organizations do. Most of the CFOs plan the expenses, plan the revenue projections for the next year, quarterly projections. Because if you don't project, you will not know what is the target, right? So what will happen is you have to predict based on your analysis. So for example, we are doing a big bang sale on Amazon next month. The average volume sale is 10,000 units. But the historical insights tell me if we do this kind of campaign, this kind of sale, the sales jump by 30%. So the next month projections can be 13,000, 20, 14,000, right? So that is what will happen. You have to predict the future, predict the price. Most of the companies, like for example, I'll give you like tire manufacturers, they buy rubber because tire is made of rubber, and they buy rubber from domestic sources, from outside India, because Malaysia, Thailand is a pure rubber belt from where the tires are purchased. And they know the volumes. Like for every month, 1,000 tons of tires are to be manufactured, and for that they need to buy rubber. They cannot buy rubber on a monthly basis. Like today, I decide and go buy rubber. They need to track the prices, commodity prices, which is rubber price. If I know that there is going to be an intervention by China next month, there is going to be some kind of mergers and acquisition which is expected, next month, and the prices are going to go down by 15 to 20%. And this is my analytical forecast is saying that the price are going to be down next month, which some forecasts you might have also seen in inflation, GDP growth expected to grow and all, right? Then the manufacturer will try to hold the buying behavior right now. What will he do is, instead of buying this month, let me hold my buying to next month. Because if I am able to save even a 1% of the total cost for 1,000 ton, it would be a huge amount of money for the organization. So these kind of decisions are actually done by tire manufacturers. So that was I was telling you, the operations, every operation is using analytics these days. So that is the procurement team, which primarily use analytics to decide on how much to buy, what to buy, because they're using the price forecast. So that is predictive example. And prescriptive is your recommendations engine, your optimization engine. So for example, a marketer always have a budget. Marketing CMO, chief marketing officer for any organization. Let's assume Nestle. He has a budget of 1,000 crore to spend this year, which is very decent budget, which they all normally get hundreds of crores, 15, 200 crores is a normal budget for marketing. It includes all television advertisements, sponsorship events, signing MS Dhoni, signing Shah Rukh Khan. So all those budgets they have. How to invest? There is a data sets. Obviously, there is a historical that for television last year we did 10 crore rupees. This year, how much we should do for digital campaigns? We did this much of spend last year. How much we should do? Very simple rule is you increase by 5% and do it. But that is not how it is done now. It's not a very straightforward linear rule of thumb now. If the what they do is they build a modeling exercise, and which is called marketing analytics, primarily market mix modeling and marketing analytics, to understand which channel is giving you a higher return on investment. And then you allocate additional spends to that particular channel only, so that you get a higher and higher return on investment. Every number you, every dollar you spend, every rupee you spend, it has to deliver the higher return on investment. So that is the whole objective. And then the optimization exercise comes into play, that if I have a limited amount of budget and I have these channels, how can I get a higher return with through my optimization? Like we use the programming which we have studied in the school colleges, the linear programming, non-linear programming. By how much there is a constraint, there are business constraint. Like I cannot reduce my TV spend to zero. I can maybe reduce to 80%, and I can go up to 120% of what I have done in the past. Similarly, digital, I don't want to reduce, but I am happy to go to 200% of what I have been done in the past. So these are the business constraints you can overlay on the spends. There is a model inside which have come, which is the curves and everything, which is the model equation come into play. And then recommendations come, okay, next year, don't change anything on TV, increase digital by 100%, increase print media by 50%, sponsorship increase by 100%. So those recommendations comes directly from the model. And obviously there is a marketer own insights, there is a media agency feedback, but the decision is not only intuitive right now. It is a collaborative effort of a human intelligence and obviously the experience, right? So that is how analytics is helping every operation in prescriptive phenomena also, right? Recommendation engine on Netflix is a very straightforward example of prescriptive. What do you like, and what I am going to recommend you should be able to like. So that is all the prescriptive. So I think most of the examples I gave from descriptive. There is one more important understanding is diagnostic. What is diagnostic? Okay, so the sales have decreased last quarter. Why it has decreased? The possibility is the competition has decreased their price by 5%. So that is all diagnostic. You have to diagnose it. Unless you don't know what has happened. Something has happened, but why it has happened is also important. So there are very simple methodologies which is used. Descriptives, you do correlation analysis, you do histogram, you do charts. Diagnostic, you do an ANOVA test to understand. There is a decision trees which is primarily used. There are some of the machine learning algorithms which have put it into this. Logistic regression is primarily used in predictive models to predict what happened next. And for example, how to forecast, which is the time series forecasting algorithms like ARIMA, ARIMAX. Those who are familiar with statistics and econometrics, these are very widely used in forecasting. And the last part of prescriptive optimization, simulations, recommender systems is all in prescriptive. I think our use cases I've covered in my previous slide, but happy to answer any question on this, because this is quite an important how organizations are using analytics across their analytical journey. They start with descriptives, and more they move that, starting descriptive, now diagnostic. Okay, start doing predictive models. Let's start with one use case and then move, have multiple use cases, and then now how can we use them for predictions or prescriptions also. So that is how it is done. Okay, so so a very simple slide on machine learning. I think, to just for those who haven't heard about machine learning and all. So machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is all using your data and mimicking as a human is able to think. Machine learning uses the data sets which have been captured. You don't need to program it specifically, like you don't need to write rules as such, but it automatically picks up the rule and define an algorithm. Like I was talking about a example for a bank, right? It uses your demographic information. It uses your credit score. It uses your credit worthiness, your paying capability, your family background, your what kind of assets you are putting. And then based on all those parameters, build a final probability score. But what weightages needs to be given to each one of those parameters is from machine learning itself. So that is how machine learning helps, because you can use rules on 2 or 3 parameters, but you don't know what is the weight. And what does it do? It's study the historical data and based on what kind of applications have been rejected in the past, and then define that rule so that a human don't need to every time go to multiple pages, multiple information, and then say, okay, now this is passed, this is failed. You just feed the right information and just say, click yes or no. Something like that can be automatically comes up into the system. So that is how machine learning is used. There are 2 types of machine learning. One is called supervised and one is called unsupervised. So the above top 3 are primarily the supervised machine learning, where you know what you need to predict. I need to predict whether a loan application will be success or a failure. I need to predict whether for the sales of this particular category would be growing or down. I know that I'm predicting sales. So this is a labeled data set, which is I know what I have to do. The unsupervised is primarily below 2, clustering and anomaly, where I don't know. For example, you have 10,000 students or 10,000, right, in your university, but you want to make a cluster of students or a group of students, like 8 to 10 groups or 20 groups. I don't know the number. Model will tell me what is the right groups number. So what I do is it gets all the data which you have collected and automatically gives you a similar group of individuals in a cluster. So currently, if you see, there are 3 clusters have been formed. So what a cluster is? A cluster is a segment only where all the individuals within the cluster are homogeneous, but they are quite heterogeneous to other groups. So that is all clustering all about. But model tells me what is the right number of cluster. It's number of 6, it's 7, it's 8, 9. I don't know. Only model will be able to tell based on the grouping information, based on the data which they capture. So that is all is unsupervised, where we don't know what is we need to predict. In supervised, we know what we need to predict. That is a very basic difference. And that is the only 2 things in machine learning. Okay. So I think now maybe we'll touch more on, I think let me go to this slide directly. So I think analytics in action, how organizations are using analytics. So I have some examples, and feel free to ask me if there are any questions on it. So how telecom companies primarily using analytics, and which is one of the most important in a highly competitive scenario. The problem statement what we get normally is our churn rates are higher. What is churn? If the customer is not using your SIM card, not doing any calls, you're not getting any revenue, it's churn, right? Our churn rate is all-time high. People are moving to competition. How can we reduce the churn? What should we do to reduce the churn? So what kind of insights and analytics we need to do is, first of all, we get all their usage history. What kind of volume calls they are doing, how much time of data usage they are doing. Are they calling to the call center and showing their displeasure that the network is not good, or the possibility is that they are downgrading their recharge every time. If they are doing a prepaid recharge, they used to do a 200 rupee, now they're doing 150 rupees. So we have to track every customer touch point to understand what is the customer doing, and every single customer is important. What is my ARPU, average revenue per user for this customer? Is he calling to the call center, or he's not doing only data usage? He's doing a volume, voice, but he's not doing data. So the possibility is that he's using some other SIM card for a data usage, which might be cheaper. Now, based on that, we build a churn prediction model. So that sitting today, I will tell in advance that these are the only customers who are going to churn in the next 4 to 5 weeks or 6 weeks. Now, why it is important? If I know this information right now sitting today, based on the customer behavior, what I have observed in the last 6 months, I can give these phone numbers and the customer IDs to my marketing team that, listen, these are the 1,000 customers which are at a very high risk of attrition or churn. Do something right away, otherwise they will leave. Now, obviously, marketing teams have a cohort of 1,000 customers. Instead of 10,000 customers, they have 1,000 customers. Now, these 1,000 customers, what they will do? They will first of all do a segment, because everyone is different. Every 1,000, there might be a very high value customer who is giving a 200 rupees, 2,000 rupee every month, and now looks like in a churn high attrition window. And then there is a customer who is using a 20 rupee prepaid recharge, a labor, which is also there. I cannot have a same retention offer for both of them. So what I will do is, first of all, I will do a segmentation, build us different cohorts. Okay, these are the people, very high, wealthy, affluential customers, but obviously they are in a high risk zone. And these are the 100 customers, very low, 15 rupee recharges, very almost like they come for 5 6 months and then they leave and all. So I make a cohort of customers. Now for every segment, I will build a retention offer. Retention offer is, you might have also received in your lives, like if you are not doing any spend, they try to call you and say, for even for a DTH connection or a phone, that we are offering you a pack, upgraded pack at a discount. So for example, if you are a 200 rupee, they will give you, and you are getting a 2 GB of data. What will they do is, very smartly, they will give you an offer of 210 and give you a 70 GB. So that you get more attractive. Oh, I'm getting 20 GB at only a price of 10 rupees. So they try to play with the, those, what I say, the quartiles and the deciles to see what is the lever in which you will get more and more excited and you will not churn. So they will send you those retention offers, or they might give you a very high retention offer if you are at a very high risk zone, like after 3 weeks also you are not responding, that means you are anyways decided to go. Then they will even send you 100 rupee 2 GB, because that means this is the last try they can do, and otherwise you are gone. So but there is a cycle of it. So they do all those kind of jugglery to make sure that this happens, and which is also called as in a customer language, customer analytics or customer value management. And all B2C companies, which you can take banking, you can take loans, you take car loans, you are getting everyday emails on your spam take car loan, take home loan, take e-loan. So all those kind of loan they're calling, right? So all is because they are in your hit list. Whether it's not about churn, it's also about cross sell and upsell. Cross sell is if you, for example, I already have a home loan from HDFC, and HDFC is now, obviously I have a banking account, I have a savings, I have a home loan. Now what next? Now HDFC will try to sell me a car loan. Now HDFC will try to sell me an insurance, right? HDFC Life. So they do all this kind of things because that is all cross sell. Upsell is, you might have seen credit card, they will send you add-on cards. You already have a one card, now we are giving you add-on card. You already have a home loan, we are giving you an extended home loan or a home loan for renovation. These are all upselling techniques so that you're already taking X, now let's try X plus Y and get more money out of it. So this is all normally a customer analytics or B2C companies are trying to do to make more and more out of you, right? For an insurance provider, normally for an insurance companies, the important thing is claims, how to identify fraudulent claims. Like you're taking an insurance, many of them are taking insurance, but if you apply for a claim, they need to verify hopefully this claim is not fraud. Some people might just have a minor accident and try to claim it because they feel that the worth is more. So they build a model and identify this customers are, this cohort of customers sitting in some location are possibly where the most of the fraudulent claims comes up into play. And then when you also apply for an insurance, which is the right product suited for you based on your age, based on your income, based on the family members you have, based on your credit score, they identify which is the right insurance product and then try to sell you, whether it's an LIC, whether it's an HDFC Life, whether it's a Tata AIG, all have a model to predict that which is the right insurance product I need to tell you. So whenever you are getting a call from a call center and they are trying to sell you an insurance product, they are not just selling you a life insurance or a home insurance. They actually have a right product for you. So when they call you that we have launched a Jeevan Anand, we have launched some product, because they have done their research and they already have a one or top two products which they are going to sell you. They are not going to call you just randomly and ask you to take a HDFC Life product. They will have some suitable product based on your individual performance. Obviously, they get they get your phone number from their similar entities, or there is a separate exercise which comes up, which is called data monetization. Normally, people sell phone numbers to monetize it, and which is very prevalent in telcos and other organizations where they can send offers to you for a similar bracket. So, for example, if I have touched this point, I'll talk about it. Uh, Whenever you go to any city in, let's say, Bangalore or in Calcutta, you might land it there and you get an offer that if you use this Ola service, uh, we were giving you an additional 10% discount. So how do they know that I have landed into a Bangalore? And why Ola is sending me an offer right suddenly? Because Ola has done a tie-up with your operator that any customer who is going to Bangalore from Delhi, let's assume, and comes there, because when you switch off your network from Delhi and you reach Bangalore, obviously a telecom operator knows you have reached Bangalore and you will get an SMS, welcome to Bangalore. You have flashed to the network sites over there. So Ola has tied up that I want to send offers to some customers who work in an organizations whose ARPU is in the range of 700 to 1000 rupees, who are in this high value segment. And for this particular day, you send 100 offers to this cohort. Ola is not getting any phone number. Telecom companies are not sharing any phone numbers, but they get those segment information from Ola. And for every customer they pay that to send an offer, I will pay you 1 rupee, 2 rupees, 3 rupees. And that's how you are the chosen segment who gets this offer. So that is the interesting use case of analytics, data monetization, and how it works. Okay. The third example, how primarily CPG or consumer product good companies like Unilever, P&G, Nestle, Dabur, Marico are doing, and they are spending huge amount of money on marketing. Every year they have huge marketing budgets. If you watch television, out of the 20 ads, 10 plus ads are from these CPG companies only. if you notice, because these are the brands we used on our daily lives, whether it's Surf Excel, which is Rin, Pepsodent, Colgate. So these companies have to capture the mind share of a customer, whether it's print media or a television. And television are mostly used because as if you see more, if you visually see something, the ability to recognize and ability to retain is much higher if you hear something on radio. So television are obviously for more used for brand awareness, and obviously quite expensive also because you have to buy spots and everything from different media agencies. So primarily how they use, they have huge amount of marketing budgets and they need to optimize it. I think I talk about this example, which campaigns are working, which campaigns are not working, which category performance is going down, what is the forecast of this particular category, all analytics, all using analytics. Even if you go to a retail store, Shopper Stop, let's assume Shopper Stop or a Big Bazaar or a BC, right? How many, right? What is the layout of those store is also designed through analytics. What are the products we need to keep in shelf? What are the products we don't need to keep in shelf? Even the products which are front facing are coming from analytics. These are the products we should come in the front. These are the products should be on the back. These are the category layouts, how it should be. First, we should start with grocery, then we should have bakery, then we should have other layer categories in the store. This is all through analytics. And obviously the promotions, which is very widely done in a retail store, buy one, get one free. If you buy two, get a additional discount on three. This is all from the historical consumer promotions, which are done to capture, and right, this is all coming from analytics only, which is widely used by CPG companies, retailers. Even a very simple analysis is something called market basket analysis, is widely used across the world. Like for example, if you buy there is a very high probability you will buy this. You have buy a laptop, there is a very high probability you will buy a mouse or even a headphone or a other kind of a device. So, and they mostly put these kind of products very nearby, because if you pick this, there is a high tendency you will pick that also. So to make, because if you put uh, let's assume iPad laptops in one and put mouses another the accessories on some other layout, obviously you will not be, some people may not even visit the other side of the store. So that is why they keep all things together, and which is mostly used for MBAs, market basket analysis. Okay, so I think the example about manufacturing companies, how they normally use, I think I talk about, they also used for forecasting the commodity prices. They also use a lot for vendor allocation. For example, uh, I'm buying something and I give it to my different vendors for any operations, any improvements or any change. Like for example, I give you a real life example. A steel manufacturer used to buy a lot of billets. Billets is a raw material primarily used to manufacture steel, and they build a lot of transmission towers, like the electricity towers you might have seen there, and also electric cables, wire cables of steel. And they buy 1,000 crores of steel from SAIL, from JPC, Jindal, and all. Now what they do is they buy billets and they convert it into steel, and they have to allocate hundreds of crore of billets every month to different 125 vendors, and there are different varieties of different grades of steel. What they used to do is very manually allocate. Okay, so this month you do this transformation. Second vendor will do 100 units, 100 tons, and this third vendor will do 20 tons, and all and all. So what we did is, first of all, very simply, we understand the vendor ability to converter capability, how much needs to convert. Then we build an optimization engine, because the allocation should not be based on just discussions and phones and everything. It has to be a L1 vendor, which is the lower cost. So most of the allocation should go to someone who gives the lowest quote. Then that is how the optimizer should allocate. If this vendor is giving me a lowest quote, first allocate to this. The second vendor will get the next allocation. So we build an optimization engine based on constraint. Obviously, this vendor is not going to do work for me. The only capacity he has for me is 100 tons. So first 100 tons, lowest cost. The second vendor, if it has a capability to do 200 tons, I will allocate it accordingly. And then there are multiple constraints also. I might have some contracts with some of the vendors. So I need to make sure that I give them some allocation. So there was multiple issues in terms of allocation, but the whole optimization model makes it easier for a 10,000 line item allocation, easy for the procurement team. And obviously there is no human intervention, there is no human bias that I have to allocate. And now procurement, the chief financial officer himself have a visibility that they are saving around 50 lakhs, 40 to 50 lakhs month on month, just building an optimization engine on the top of allocation, which is a lot of amount of savings, because manually it was not possible to allocate 10,000 line items. So now an optimizer is doing the job for them, and they are just changing the constraint or anything if needed, if some vendor is not able to meet and all. Right? I think the retailer example I talk about the right assortment strategy, which SKUs we should have in the retail store, because retailer have a limited shelf space. They cannot have a every possible SKU. SKU is a stock keeping unit. So as a simple example, Dabur 20 gram, so Parle-G 50 gram is a separate SKU. Parle 100 gram is a separate SKU. And that's how SKU is defined. The lowest granular unit of a product is a SKU. So for a retailer, SKU rationalization is important. And for example, if Parle-G comes to any retailer and they will say, we are looking for a 200 square feet of kind of a layout where we will keep our products. Now they have to decide which SKUs should be there. They have 50 gram, they have 100 gram, they have 20 gram, they have big biscuits, they have other brands, Parle liquids, etc. So they need to make sure that these 200 square feet is used appropriately and giving them the higher margins. That's all analytics comes into play of which SKUs should be put, where the higher margins are, where the volumes higher. Obviously, there is no margin at milk products. So Amul, but that is a necessity. You have to, that is a volume game. It's not more a margin game. So these things comes into play, and then you decide on volume, value, margins, and the layouts are decided. And obviously, then there are different promotions, consumer promotion, trade promotions are done on the stores to give you a right offer. You might see a lot of offers even in if you go around in a retail environment. These are the offers coming there. Right? The second, I think the last example on this slide, primarily, I think the talent iteration, how to reduce talent. There is a lot of people, talent is basically the employees only, which is most of the organizations, at least in the BPO or even IT companies, are facing is how to retain the top talent. Attrition is good. If your low performers are going, no one is bothered. But if your high performers are going, there is a reason to worry. So that is something which they take care. And the most important thing is, what are the reasons for an employee to leave? So normally the retention models are built in the organizations, which are very high intensive. All those activities are tracked. How many hours this employee is working, how much of the travel is involved for these employees, because travel might be a concern for some of them. Is the compensation according to the agreed averages at this particular level? If we are able to get the third party index, then it becomes more easier for the organization. If the compensation is below the benchmark, higher than the benchmark, and obviously below is a means risk zone for this particular employee. And if the employee is at a high performer and below the risk zone, it becomes more and more leading that this employee might leave in soon. So what can be done? So these insights are very important for HR managers. And in fact, we have done projects for some of the organizations, specifically from HR side, who want to know who are their top 200 employees who are going to resign. And then for every employee, they see their performance and do some kind of retention based approach by bringing the managers involved to 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 keep them more and more engaged, and ensuring them if their compensation is an issue and all, to so that the retention can be done and churn can be reduced. Now, I think some more examples, and I think I'll just cover the one of the example in this one is uh, how media companies are primarily using, like for example, newspaper. Very simple. A daily you are reading newspapers, but you are seeing a lot of advertisements. So every slot they have to pay. If they buy a newspaper advertisement slot on the first page of the newspaper, it's very expensive. But if they buy it on page 3, that is also expensive. But if they buy in the middle of the page, that is less expensive. And how media companies do this uh, pricing is an important, because setting up the price is also coming from analytics. You cannot randomly set a price, whether it's a retailer, whether it's an insurance product. For actuaries do the insurance pricing. For retailers, normally it depends on competition. The price elasticity models are built, which is to understand if the product is elastic, if the product is inelastic, and how can you do an optimization exercise to reduce the price of elastic good and increase the price of inelastic good to have a higher margins. All those jugglery happens every day on day. Even if you see Make My Trip, or you might see the airfares go up and down, like up very early, or even after 15 minutes, if you just refresh your app, you might not see the same price for a flight ticket which you might be seeing before, because the pricing change very frequently in major airlines, and every slot depends on the demand and supply of a seat. If there are huge number of seats, the pricing is obviously low. If the seats are getting full rapidly, they start increasing the price, because they know a customer is willing to pay a higher price to get a seat. And that's how airline prices are. Obviously, it's not standardized. After COVID, they have been trying to standardize, but before COVID, the pricing was a maddening affair. Sometimes on Friday, if you see Delhi to Bangalore, Bangalore to Delhi, Delhi to Mumbai, Bombay to Delhi, and all these prime cities, the pricing is insane. It reaches around 30,000, 40,000 one-sided, because a lot of corporate customers, they have to fly back their home, and they just take an advantage and do the pricing accordingly. So so that is how media companies are also using pricing. So they do segment of advertisers, they sell slots, they sell, if you take a combination of English medium and a Hindi medium newspaper, page 3, page 4, etc., then how can you sell it, what is the right price? So that is how it is also done in the media companies. So one of the example of analytics, I think the natural language processing, I'll just show it to you, which is a virtual chatbot being developed, which has a artificial intelligence at the back, which has a database management system to answer the queries. It understands the query, it translate the query into a structured text, then run a algorithm and get the information. For example, the question can be, what is the last 3-month average quarterly balance for this particular customer ID? Now, the bot will understand it, first of all, record it, move it into text. Now it will pick up the keywords, customer ID, last 3 months average quarterly balance. Now all three things will get combined, move into an equation. A database will run based on these filters. A value will come up that this is the $3,000 is the number. $3,000 number is passed to the bot, and then bot will say the last 3-month average number is this $3,000. So just a small example.
Finance and accounting tasks can be labor intensive and needlessly manual. Amelia delivers a powerful digital labor workforce that is both reliable and accurate. From fulfilling back office accounting to invoicing requests, Amelia can do it all. Let's take a look at a few of the finance and accounting roles she is filling now.
Hello, Patrick Marlowe.
Can you work with enterprise systems like Concur?
Yes, Concur has great APIs that I can use to access and update expense report data. I can also work with Oracle P2P and many other enterprise systems.
Great. I've got a question about an invoice I received there.
I will need some information from you in order to pull up the invoice records. First, I'm going to need to know the name of the supplier.
It was from ABC Incorporated.
Okay, can I have an idea of the amount of the invoice?
It was about $1.5 thousand.
Okay, based on the information you provided, I found the following records. Are any of these invoices the one you are looking for?
Yes, the top one.
Great. Would you like me to tell you the date, amount, and ID of the payment?
Yes, please.
Here you are. Would you like me to send you the list of invoices included in this payment?
Why is my payment so high?
Your service was probably used by multiple businesses. We combine multiple invoices into a bulk payment. Would you like me to send you the list of invoices included in this payment?
Yes, please.
Okay, that email has been sent. I'm glad I could be of assistance.
Okay, so I think that's Amelia, primarily a virtual chatbot, which uses artificial intelligence to understand queries and answer the right way. And this is actually getting used a lot nowadays, the virtual chatbots, and getting more and more acceptance globally in call centers, where people are just calling to the call center for very basic L1 queries. L1 queries is primarily the small queries like, I just want to register my card. I just want to change my password. I just want to cancel my card, or I have lost my PIN. For those queries, the virtual chatbot will try to understand, do the verification first, get your more and more information, and then based on your inputs, will do the required action and then sends you the SMS for the confirmation. You will not need a human agent to answer this. And if the voice chatbot is not able to do it, it will pass the line to the human agent. You might have seen, for example, if you message to Swiggy in the chat that I have not received my order, it will automatically send something details. You can choose and you can move and you can talk to a virtual bot. But if you're not satisfied, it can directly go to the human. The objective is that if we are able to reduce 20 to 30% of the traffic, which are very basic L1 traffic, then at least the agents will be able to save the time and do more on meaningful work, right? So that is all about voice chatbot, which is just gaining a lot of trench across different organizations, primarily on call center space, where human agents are just solving very, very basic queries. So I think that's on the second side. So I have a small quiz. I think similar 5 questions, and then we can move. Okay, so this is a bit of I don't know, tricky question. So who is the father of artificial intelligence? So maybe it's just some guesses. I know it's not a regular kind of a question. If in case you might have heard of.
The answers we are getting C, B.
Yeah, so answer is C. Alan Turing is primarily who coined the term artificial intelligence in 60s actually. So now, okay, now the second question is application of machine learning is so.
D. We are getting response D.
Correct. So answer is all of the above. We're getting so many emails every day. But if you notice, Google has already built a machine learning model on the top of it and automatically classifies that some of the emails are spam. Some of the emails are promotions. Some of the emails are social, and some of the emails are updates, right? For every Gmail. So that is how Google is using email filtering to make sure. And even if some emails are from a suspicious account, it also gives you a warning that email looks from a suspicious account. Do you really want to open it? So that is the power which Google has already brought in the emails which you are getting every day. Sentiment analysis is which I already spoken about. Understanding the customer's sentiments, behavior sentiments. What are the millennials talking about your brand? What are the different age group talking about your brand on the social media? And in my personal experience, if you do some complaint on social media, those requests are generally taken very seriously. And because it directly impacts the brand. You are writing something on Facebook that I'm not quite happy with some service, they will immediately take an action. They will call you and they will request you if you can delete your feedback sent, because people are reading it. It's not like a one-to-one call. I'm complaining to the call center. It's more like you are an out open in the market media. So sentiment analysis has become very important, and customer experience has become very, very important KPI these days. It was not a very important KPI a few years back, but now customer experience index CEI has become an important index which most of the organizations are tracking to make sure that their customer experience is high. Some organizations are also calling it NPS, which is net promoter score. So if you see uh, if you do take any service from urban company or even any Swiggy, they will ask you to rate from 1 to 10. What will that means? It means that if you are actually rating till 8, you sorry, till 6 or 7, you are a detractor. That means you are not happy. If you actually rate 7 or 8, that means you are neutral. But if you rate 9 or 10, that means you're quite satisfied. And that is a metric which if every customer save it and give the feedback, they track it and see how many people are giving the NPS score for this category, what segment, etc., and where what they should be doing it to make it higher NPS score, right? Face recognition, I think I spoke about a lot of it is used now even for recognition of your retinas too, and these days in a lot of companies to give your password, even your phone. These days new technology has come up where they can obviously your thumb's impression is one thing, but now even from your eye or your face, they will be able to recognize you, and then only can unlock the phone. So that technology has been built in Apple, Samsung, OnePlus, a lot of phones these days, which is getting very, very common. Okay, so the third question, I think I think I spoke about this in one of the session. So what are the answers we are getting?
D.
Okay. So the answer for this is A, regression. So
We got
clustering.
one answer A.
Yeah.
Somebody.
So answer. Okay. Great. So the answer is A, regression, because clustering is when we don't have the label data. As I talked about, clustering is also called as segmentation. Clustering is building a group of similar kind of customers, but I don't know how many groups will it be. Similarly, association rules is basically what kind of affinities or I have between few products, but we don't know how many products or association groups will be formed. And regression is very simple. Like, for example, if I want to regress my consumption on my income or my savings on my income, I know this is my income. This is a series. Similarly, if I have to do a regression on sales volume for a product based on what is the sales for the next year, I know this is the sales which I have to forecast. So that is why regression is primarily a labeled data set, and clustering and association is which is non-labeled data set. Okay, so what does NLP stand for? I think I gave you an example for this.
D.
It is yes, sir. A.
Yes, it is A. It's called natural language processing, which is used to understand text, feed, and do build sentiment models on the top of it. So that is NLP. Rest are all just cooked up. Okay, the last one, I think Amazon is something which has become a product or a known name worldwide. It is the most valued company right away. in terms of valuation also. What is AWS? AWS is one of the companies of Amazon.
A.
Looks
Correct.
like A, sir.
Yeah, it's Amazon Web Services, which is AWS is also called as Amazon Web Services, primarily a cloud-based platform, which is it gives an organizations a flexibility to not procure their own infrastructure. I'll tell you the basic difference. When any organization wants to start, they need to buy servers, they need to buy processing powers, they need to buy softwares, hardware, everything. What AWS is doing is just take a laptop, connect to AWS. That's it. Similarly, GCP and Azure also Microsoft is doing, but I'm just giving an example of AWS. So you just need a laptop and an internet connection. You log into AWS. You have to obviously make your account and give your credit card details because it automatically deduct from your card. But you can track how much money they are deducting, and you can put a floor that if there is a more than this amount, it will flag you and cancel your account. So it's not nothing to worry about. And they give you a free credits initially to start with, a lot of free credits. So what can you do on AWS? You can store your data on a data lake. You can data lake, which I give you an example. You can store your images, you can store your text, you can store different Excel files, PowerPoint. You can there is a database called Redshift in Amazon where you can load the data set. Amazon has a machine learning framework which is called Amazon SageMaker, where you can use a predefined library of models. They already have all the models built in them there. When I say models, I don't mean the retail model or such. There are, but when I say model, which it means the hard-coded algorithms. Like for example, if I want to build a predictive model for a retailer that which customers I need to give a higher offer, the predictive model is already there. The logistic regression, the random forest, there is a naive Bayes behavior, there is a clustering model. So you just need to give the data set, load the data set, choose the right model, choose the dependent, independent factors, put some feature engineering, do some obviously data crunching, data mining exercise. But the modeling part is already there on the SageMaker. And then it will also have a dashboard, which is Amazon own quick site where you can build dashboards. So it gives you a whole flexibility to do everything on Amazon only and pay only for the services you use and for the time you use. So it's quite cheaper and easy to start with, and which most of the organizations are moving, because if you buy some procure some hardware storage today, you might say 5 years down the line, 100 TB, we will not be able to use 100 TB, but you might start collecting some machines data and 100 TB will go in 10 days only. So the next easiest thing is you buy a storage space on AWS, which is dirt cheap. You shut down your instance in the afternoon, evening, and you will not be able to pay. You will not be paying for that. But your data resides in an AWS environment, and it's completely safe. It's completely encrypted. It's a private cloud. So these kind of easy, all those CTO, chief technology officers, for most of the organizations are using. Even a lot of companies are actually totally on cloud. They don't even have a physical infrastructure or environment which it used to be. Netflix is on, I think, Google or Amazon, I'm not sure, but most of the companies are on cloud these days. Even in India, a lot of Indian companies are moving to cloud service provider and completely getting away from the infrastructure, because first of all you need to procure, secondly you need to buy a space to have them, third you need to buy an IT team to manage them, fourth you need to, it's a costly. Today you might be having a one server of 100 TBs, tomorrow you might need 200 TBs. So it's better to go into cloud, sensitize the data. But obviously some of the organizations like telcos, banking, which have a customer sensitive data, they are still not they're not moving to cloud because there is a risk of data leakages and all those happens, but a lot of companies are moving to it. Okay, so I think last two slides, I think, are from my side, and primarily I will open it for questions. So what are the key challenges organizations are facing? So we talk about a lot of use cases which are in business operations, industries, services they're using. The key challenges is their own, first of all, their own intuition. They don't want to work in the new technologies. They are quite satisfied with their existing ways of working. I used to do a thumb rule of 5%. Why I need to do a market mix model? I have much more knowledge. I don't want to use any analytics to tell me what decisions I need to make. And AI is not going to replace the human intelligence. AI is going to augment the human intelligence, which is always the key messages which we give. So this is one of the key challenges. The second is getting the right talent, right skill set from the in within availability, because that is a very tough. So I don't know if you have seen these days, and if you are tracking, the data science talent has become so much of highly paid and you can say scarce, that it has become a war actually between IT companies, consulting and product companies to get the right skill talent and uh, to have the right skill talent. And obviously the compensation are reaching skyrockets. Even recently, the Ola founder uh, has tweeted that it has become so costly that he has outsourced some of the work from Bangalore to San Francisco. So you can imagine the plight he is getting at the top. So getting the right talent is obviously tough, and that is why a lot of institutions and organizations are building these analytics courses, uh, applications of R, Python in their course curriculum, so that when these college postgraduates and all get out, they have basic ideas of how data works, how feature engineering works, how tools work. And organizations are also easily, they can start from day one and working on these cutting edge projects and technologies. So I think these are some of the challenges. The key questions is for organizations is when they start their analytics journey is primarily classified into four parts. One is what talent I need. If I need a database engineer, do I need a visualization developer? Do I need a data scientist? Do I need an automation engineer? So what kind of skill set is needed to train my team members? Some of them already have people, but they don't know how to start and they don't know what kind of skill set to it. So we also try to take trainings for them to and recommend them some of the courses to upskill themselves. What is the right algorithm to be used for what kind of problem? If it's a classification problem of segmenting, then we have to use the right algorithm. If it's a predictive problem, you need to choose the right algorithms, etc. And data obviously is an important. If you don't have data, this whole story go for a toss. So as it's widely said, garbage in, garbage out. Any model is as good as the data. So getting the right data, having the right quality of the data, having less of missing values, uh, what are the influential observations, what are the outliers, how can we treat the outliers, how we can have a stream of data which is regularly coming. So those are very, very important things which most of the Indian companies, at least I've seen, are doing right now, because they are happy to do it on AWS. They want to do data science. They want to build cutting edge models. But when you go and talk to them about data, they will say it's in Excel somewhere, it's in some disparate data sources. There is no single source of data. Some of the data is very sporadic. And when some individuals are feeding the data in some factories, they are just randomly writing something in the text where the number has to be fed. They are writing values. So how to make sure that the data capturing is perfect? Can we digitize the whole process of capturing the data? Can we capture the right elements? Can we define the right KPI? Can we ensure the data comes into the right shape and manner is something which most of the organizations are primarily moving towards. And obviously uh, all some of the sophisticated organizations are already capturing. And the big players like banks and telcos and insurance companies, the retailers, the CPG companies who are in the customer space already have this kind of information, because they are the primary uh, you can say the starters who used data and data science to build models. Like for example, banks are doing models from last 10 years, 8 years now, more than that. And some of the banks are doing more than that. For the last one is, what is the right platform? Should I buy a new platform? I think I spoke about why we need to buy. We can have a cloud provider, or if we have to build a model, should we build on its own, or we hire with external agencies, etc. These kind of questions primarily come up. The last is, I think the last slide primarily for today is so AI is growing. I think you might have seen in your start of the day till the end of the day, you're using phone, you are watching television, you're watching OTT players, content, you're wearing smart wearables, you're driving in a car which captures your telematics now. Most of the cars, new cars, are actually at least capturing the speed, the velocity you're driving, how much kilometers you have driven, what route you have taken, and everything is captured in app, and they are actually saving it so that they can do segment and they can do some offer to you. Like for example, uh, if the car is getting old, they will know and they will start selling your data to carwale.com, and so that you can be a primary customer for them. So this is how it happens. The I think the benefits are, I think, multi-sectoral and multiples, right? It helps in driving adoption. It helps in increasing their profits. It increases the portfolio size. Workers or the employees are able to do much more than they used to do. The decisions are not based on gut feeling. The decisions are more analytical and data science driven. The competition has increased. So every wallet share, every share of a customer bite has become very, very important, right? If you see Amazon is doing a sale, next day you will see Flipkart is also launching something or have the sale. Snapdeal is also doing similar kind of sale, because competition is important. If Amazon is doing a sale, you rest assured Flipkart and Snapdeal are not going to make any kind of sale or even 70-60% drop in that particular period. So they have to do some kind of intervention and strategy to beat the competition. And to do that, they need to understand which SKUs should we promote, how can we have customers more on their apps, because getting a app on your phone has also become a competition now for app users. Because you have a phone, you can most of the app customers, or you can see 15 to 20 apps or 25 to 30 apps. Not me, I'm telling more actually. It's not I'm telling 20 30. It's I don't see even 20 30s you are able to see. So getting an app on your phone has become a competition. So that is the first win for them. The second win is how to drive an engagement and getting more and more and more and more. So that is all about business operations and driving usage. So I think that's it from my side. I think I just wanted to cover this one, but I'm happy to take any questions for.
Yeah. If any questions, please go ahead. You can write in the chat box also. Any questions from anybody?
Sir, this is Dr. Muklesh Tiwari.
Sir, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Sir, as a faculty, there are, since various tools are emerging in analytics field. So in which area we have to develop ourselves, let's say SPSS or R, Python, day by day things are coming on and they need to be upgraded. So as a faculty of HR, which tool we have to stick with it, or we also need to keep on changing on the new tools which are available?
Yeah. So I think a very good question, sir. So when I started my career, SAS was the primary tool, and that was the biggest push on us to be SAS certified those days. But now, if you see the last 10 years, R and Python have become a phenomenally used tools and I think they are going to stay for future. If I have to choose one tool for you, Python is the most worldwide accepted language. Most of the applications which Facebook, Google are building on for a uh, on Python. So I think if I have to choose one tool, we should go with Python. Python is going to here and stay for long. First, it is an open source because it's not a paid. So you can start in the colleges. We don't need to pay anything. Even the college graduates, postgraduates can start learning, and it's a collaborative tool. So for example, if I developed a package and I can upload it on Python as a library, so that any individual can start using it. In fact, in my organization, people have actually developed packages uploaded on R and Python. So that can be used, and people and kids should be, pushed to learn these things, R and Python. Python, I think if we can do start with Python, there is nothing better than that. The second thing is there are a lot of competitions happens, which works on a real life case studies. You might have heard, some of you might have heard term of Kaggle, Hackathon, Analytics Vidya. They do so many competitions, which is like they give you the data set and ask you to build model, submit the score on a real-time word problems, which can be used in your colleges, etc., in universities as a part of curriculum also. Like for example, and it builds a competitive environment between kids to build a model, to do feature engineering, use the right algorithms, and and give more and more, get more and more insights. So for example, in banks, there's so much of competition within bank to increase the accuracy of 0.001, because that means you are getting more and more, closer to the real scenario. So that is how we see it. So I think Python is
Thank you, sir.
sure.
Good morning, sir. This is Samarth from Sahyadri College. Sir, just
Yes.
wanted to know your take on Power BI, sir. How is the Power BI tool?
Yeah, so Power BI is a visualization tool. It's from Microsoft. It's a good platform, and then it has gained a lot of acceptance these days. It was not there in few years back, and now if you take Microsoft suite of products, it also gives you a Power BI as a tool, and it's a very good tool. A lot of organizations are using Power BI. There is amount of analytics already built in Power BI. Like for example, if you want to do a simple forecast or a natural language processing, it can be done in Power BI itself. Or if even if you're not using the analytical capability, you can easily integrate R and Python into with Power BI, so that if there is any output of R or Python, it can directly flow to the Power BI, and you can see on the screen of Power BI which is the prediction models, predictive models, etc. So that is how you can use it. It's a very good tool to start. It is actually a good tool.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Good
Yes.
morning, sir. Sir, I have a query. Like in most of the institutes, still like analytics, and it is still not there a part of the curriculum. But this is one of, I should say, this is a requirement by the industries now, and students should actually know analytics now once they pass MBA. So if I asked you, what is your suggestion? Like which course should the students take up before they pass their fourth semester, so that they develop the required skill set, which is actually now like indispensable? And what do you suggest? Which platform or should they go for wherein they can do something in analytics so that they can develop the required skill set? Because
Sure,
the
ma'am. I think
institutes still they have this analytics as a like a major subject. So what should we do for them?
sure. So I think 2-3 things which we can start right now. First is there is a language called SQL, structured query language, which is most of the students, engineering, at least college students, at least use it. SQL is something which every individual, every student should be knowing, because that is worldwidely used across on any database. If you have to run a query, if you have to get some data out of it, SQL something is from a data side of view, we can start with SQL. Second is if we have to use from a data science, Python is the language. And if I have to pick a course, correct. So there are a lot of open source code. If you go to YouTube and write data science, hundreds of channels are there to teach you. And even there are Harvard courses already uploaded there on data science, artificial intelligence, machine learning. So, and there are different of websites also like Unacademy, Udemy, right?
Yeah.
So there are many websites. There are a lot of courses. So to start with introduction to data science with one of the language like Python is a very good course to start with, which will give you a concept about what is machine learning, what is data science, what is how can we use these algorithms in a real world scenario. I'm assuming that statistics and a basic econometrics, if it can be covered in the colleges, that would be good, because statistics is the whole premise of data science. Those
That
who
we are covering,
and
sir. That we have.
yes, so
Stats is
what
done.
is the right sampling, what is probability, what is optimization? If we are able to cover this, the concepts become important. And I think one of the things which most of the individuals, at least I have seen, they do courses from machine learning, deep learning, from academy, and then suddenly they join corporate organizations. The problem which I have seen personally is they don't know basic of Microsoft Excel, which they should be definitely knowing it. Because see, if you have to add 100 rows, you don't need a machine learning or a Python. You can add it in Excel also, which most of the people don't know. They come with certifications that I've certified, I have this, but simple basic Excel is missing. So I think, and if you are able to solve multiple, see, client never ask you to solve a machine learning problem, or if you go into any industry, they will never ask you to solve a machine learning problem. They will ask, they have a business problem. And how you translate business problem into analytics in data science, or it can be done through data management, it can be done through a visualization, or it can be done through a data science. That is how we do it, right? So I think those three things, Excel, SQL, and a Python will
Please mute yourself. Yes, please go ahead.
I hope I'm able to answer your question.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Any other question? Okay, so thank you, Mr. Varun, for the session to make us understand how to apply the skills to interpret the real world data set and make appropriate business strategy and the use of data analytics in various functions.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Today, you also highlighted how analytics are used in actions in various sectors with various examples. And I think the participants found it very informative with lots of examples, quizzes and videos also. So which I can see that from the chat box, you can see the feedback of the participants. They are really happy with the sessions. Thank you so much.
One question, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, I have one query regarding. Hello. Sir, am I audible or am I audible?
Yes, audible, sir. Go ahead.
Ma'am, I have one query regarding this faculty industrial training. Sir, is there any possibility in your organization that we can do that industrial training? Because in AICT norms there are 15 days mandatory industrial training for faculty members of engineering colleges. So is there any possibility?
So I have to check. I'm not very sure.
Okay, sir. So, sir, kindly provide your contact number. That's why we can contact you later.
Sure. I'll
You can write the question. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much for the sessions. We believe that in future also we'll have more sessions with you, Mr. Varun. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So our next session is at 11:45. We can have a break of 10 minutes. And I request all of you, please, when you don't speak, try to put yourself on mute. Other participants are getting disturbed. This is a request from my side. And please join at 11:40. Our next session will start at sharp 11:45. We have a break now. Thank you so much. Yeah, we can start the session. Welcome to the second session of the day, Artificial Intelligence to Drive People Management. So artificial intelligence as an emerging trend is being leveraged in HR by many companies these days. So if we talk about IBM, it has redesigned its HR services delivery strategy to leverage knowledgeable agents to help employees and the managers in making decisions about roles, careers, learning, and many more. So there are three possibilities in future. Machines will replace humans, or it can make people better in what they are doing, or it can invent entirely new jobs. When we transfer these experience of the past to the future, we have many questions. Should the current technological revolution becomes a race between humans and machines? Can we use these robots to build a culture in the organization? So to answer all these questions, let us invite the speaker of this session, Ms. Mandeep Kaur, the HR leader from IBM India. So Ms. Mandeep Kaur, as a strategic human resource leader, is known for creating value and impact through shaping and driving HR strategy. In a career with almost 30 years with global and country roles in strategic HR and talent domain, she has experience across multiple industries like information technology, telecommunication, information technology enabled service, and consulting. She is also the zonal head of National HRD Network for Gurgaon Zone, member of Regional Committee on HR and CII, Northern Region, India, and HR Committee member of American Chamber for Commerce, India. She is also a researcher and has published research papers in academic journals. So let us extend a warm welcome to Ms. Mandeep Kaur. Welcome, ma'am. And the session is over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So firstly, I want to thank IILM, all the concerned, faculty, all of my teachers, because I also am a part of IILM in some manner, doing research here. I really appreciate this opportunity to get this chance to present my views. I'm very humbled to be here talking in front of, a large number of academicians who are already, on this panel. So I really appreciate that. Would we know how many people are logged in now so that I have a little idea of the audience we have and what kind of audience it is, please?
Yeah, so ma'am, we have today we have 120 participants. They are joining gradually. So the participants are from the academics, industries, few are from industries, and some research scholars are there. So most of the participants are from the academics.
Okay, great. So this is great because getting an opportunity to, ma'am, to present to academic audience on a perspective related to the industry is a refreshing thing. And because now I also write research papers and I've presented in research conferences, I clearly understand the value that academics brings forward to any function as such. So I really appreciate that. So with that, I will start. I pulled in some charts. Let me present them. I'll have to figure out how to. I'm not very aware. Okay, share screen. Screen, let me. Okay. Let me know when you can see this coming up.
Yes, please. We can see, ma'am. It is visible.
Okay, great. So because I am a HR professional, I would like to talk about artificial intelligence, human resource management for the driving people management. I think this aspect of driving people management, by ensuring that AI is embedded in the HR function is no longer critical, it is required. Without having AI in HR, we cannot leverage technology, and if we do not leverage technology, we are, living in a different era from the era that exists now. Now, before I get into more on technology, I'm going to start this session with something different. So let's look at this picture. And I know if chat is activated or I'll be able to see. And I want you to think about this picture. Sorry, I'll be moving from artificial intelligence and technology to suddenly wildlife. But there is a point here that I want to emphasize, and the point sometimes is better made by sharing real life examples. So this real life example, of course, is from wildlife. I want to bring this picture forth. A very unusual picture. And why is it unusual? Is because here you see a crocodile with his mouth open. And what is there in his mouth? Of course, his teeth and the ability they have to bite and kill is absolutely clear. But what does he have in his mouth? Is a bird. And this bird is an Egyptian clover. And he's not eating the bird, and the bird seems to be busy doing something. Maybe it's bent downwards, so it seems to be picking something. What's happening here? Well, I would like to emphasize the interaction or the relationship between the crocodile and the Egyptian clover here. It is that the crocodile, if we all know, is absolutely carnivorous, and when they eat, flesh, there is always a tendency for the flesh to get stuck in teeth. Now, and crocodile don't have arms, or like humans, they can't use a toothpick and remove anything stuck in their teeth. So what does a crocodile get help from? A crocodile gets help from this bird called the Egyptian clover. It opens its mouth, the bird flies into its mouth, sits down there, and the bird, specifically this one, picks up the flesh which is stuck in his teeth, because the crocodile can't do it. The crocodile never eats this bird, and the bird is never fearful of flying into the mouth of the crocodile and sitting there and picking its food up. There is no fear. There will be many animals, including human beings, who will be very, and also human beings will be very scared of going anywhere near a crocodile, let alone flying into, just like on a runway, you have a plane gliding onto the runway and, parking there. This bird comfortably parks itself inside the crocodile's jaws, open jaws, and is very comfortable there. Now, what is this? The relationship where, the crocodile opens its mouth, and the bird comes in and picks up the food, and the bird gets its food and a belly full, and the crocodile, it is not able to clean its own tooth, but it is able to get it done from the bird, the Egyptian clover here in this case. This is a mutualistic symbiotic relationship wherein both parts, both entities engage in this relationship which is beneficial to them as such. I wanted to emphasize this point about taking this wildlife example to highlight that's what technology is for human beings. We have entered into this aspect of leveraging technology to ensure that we are in a mutualistic symbiotic relationship. And I wanted to address this part right in the beginning of this session, because I know there are still questions about whether technology is it really relevant to use technology? Is it are we overdoing the technology bit? Well, it is a mutualistic symbiotic relationship. And what does it help us do? It helps human beings become superhuman beings. It adds the plus to them, whereas they are able to leverage what technology offers in terms of different aspects to to make themselves strengthen, to make themselves become more faster in terms of doing so many things. Hence, it augments what human beings do. It makes it possible for them to do it better, faster, and more intelligently. And that's why the concept of artificial intelligence is there, which is a higher form of technology that we use. Now, let's briefly talk about artificial intelligence. And before I go into any definitions related to artificial intelligence, I want to demystify artificial intelligence. And again, you'll see a very different chart here on the screen. I want to demystify artificial intelligence with a fairy tale. Because some things, as I said, are more beautifully explained when you explain it with a story. And what is this story about? I'm sure if you see the screen, most of us have heard and read this story in our childhood. It's about the little dwarfs, the 7 dwarfs, the princess and the little dwarfs. And of course, you also see the evil queen here. So just to revise and take us back in our childhoods, I'll just again share this story. Well, there was an evil queen who had a magic mirror. Now, this evil queen was very, very pretty, and she wanted that she always remain the prettiest in the world or in her kingdom. Those times they were kingdoms. That's what the fairy tale says. And what did the evil queen have? The evil queen had a magic mirror. Now, this magic mirror was unique because what it did was gave the queen a glimpse of her kingdom. She could see each and everything in her kingdom, as such, sitting in her own palace. And through this mirror, she also ensured that she could verify that she was the prettiest of all in the kingdom. And she was very happy and proud about it. One fine day, the mirror told her that she was no longer the prettiest of all, and there was Snow White who was more pretty than her. So this magic mirror enabled her not just to know what was the present, what was happening, but also gave her salient features of anything which was unoutwardly happening or which was not as per what she wanted to see. So she told her, the magic mirror told her about this, about Snow White being now the prettiest. Of course, the magic mirror also enabled the queen to locate Snow White, because Snow White was far in the jungle, hidden with the 7 dwarfs. And the magic mirror also enabled and apprised the queen of what was the Snow White's favorite things that she liked to eat, which included an apple. So the queen was also informed that if she had to lure the little princess Snow White into eating something tasty or of her liking, it had to be an apple. And hence, in that apple, she embedded some poison. The magic mirror helped her locate where Snow White was. So she went exactly to the same place, to the same hut where the Snow White was, and gave her the apple which was full of poison. Well, as always, fairy tales have a happy ending. So, of course, the evil queen could not do what she intended to do, which was to kill Snow White. And there was a happy fairy tale end to this story of Snow White and the Happy Prince, of course. But what I want to emphasize here is taking this example from this story is, wouldn't all of us want a magic mirror? A magic mirror by which we can see things around us, by which we can analyze things which we cannot understand, or get an idea of what steps we need to take in a certain situation when we understand more details related to that aspect. Wouldn't we all want that magic mirror? Well, artificial intelligence, from that perspective, if we relate it to this fairy tale, is that magic mirror as such for all of us. And going into the definition of artificial intelligence, I know there are many, but I've tried to choose the one which is the simplest and broken it into two parts. What is artificial intelligence as a technology? It is an accelerator which has the ability to ingest variety of data. So we have huge amount of data which is available today. Every time you do something which is related to any aspect in your life, be it using your phone, clicking your mouse on a site, sending a WhatsApp message, or any of these things, it creates data. And today we have a huge amount of data which is floating. Every time you click on Amazon and buy something, or you go on Netflix and you pick a movie that you want to watch, or you go and pay your bill on the, through a cell phone, or pay, do a transaction through a credit card. It's a huge, huge amount of layers of data which is generated. And what does artificial intelligence do? It is an accelerator which has this ability to take on all this data and make it relevant by performing different analysis on it, which could be of use, of critical use, be it a decision maker, be it an employee, be it a business leader, a manager, whosoever in context of that data, be able to put forward insights to it. And how does it do? It allows to deliver the right intelligence in the moment and achieves personalization at scale. So all this data is analyzed based on what we need to pull out from that data, what analysis we need to pull out from that data. And it gives it the right type of customization, right down to the minutest detail, and presents it to whoever in that specific context is using artificial intelligence tool. That's the perspective of this aspect. Now, I'm going to ask you a quick quiz here, just to understand, and Shamali, please help me with some of the responses which come. I'm sharing the screen.
Yes,
so
I'm here, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm sharing the screen, so I won't be able to see in the chat, but audience, please feel free to give. First, let's take the first question. What do you think is the percentage of organizations in India who have deployed AI in their HR functions? And the percentage could be from 0 to 100. So we'll first stay with the first question. I'll give us a couple of minutes to think.
So, ma'am, we are getting answers like 10%, less than 10%, and 30%.
Okay, great. So we'll wait for a couple of minutes more, you know.
7%.
If the faculty also would like to give their inputs, I'm sure we've got some people from even the HR function in the audience, both from an industry or from.
Do you want them to speak, ma'am?
Yeah, I mean, if there is anybody who would like to share their perspective, absolutely. But it has to stick to the question. What percentage?
Participants
So
can
the,
raise their hands. Yeah.
yeah.
So most of the participants, they have mentioned 10%, less than 10%.
Okay, less than 10%. Okay. Should we move to the second question, or do we stay and wait for some more people to give their perspective? I can stop sharing my screen so that
Yes,
yeah, I
ma'am.
can stop sharing my screen. I don't know how this works. Have I stopped sharing my screen?
Yeah, no, it is still visible. So few people have mentioned 25% and 20%.
Oh, okay. I don't know why. How come my video stopped? Okay, sorry.
So ma'am, Mr. Samarth wants to say something. Should we allow?
Yeah. Please go ahead. This should be an interactive session. It shouldn't be one way. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Hi, good morning, ma'am. This is Samarth from Sayadri College, Mangalore.
Hi, Samarth. Go ahead, please.
No, when we say artificial intelligence, I come from a management background. I'm sorry, please correct me if I'm wrong. Now,
Samarth, see, if you're going to answer my question number 1, then let's, be specific about that. So are you answering question number 1?
Yes.
Is it maximum 10%, madam?
Confused because
10%. 10%. Okay. Did you say 10%?
It is a maximum 10%, madam.
Now, if I say it can be more, if all HRs are using this recruiting platforms like all these things.
Okay, you've jumped to the second question. My first question was what percentage? So we are saying 10%. Okay, majority 0 to 10. Shamali, that's what we've got maximum in the chat, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me ask the second question. I don't need to share the slide. I'll ask that question, and if there's anybody else who wants to talk, share, other themselves or through the chat. My second question is, which domain in HR, has the highest deployment of AI? When I say domain, and I'm sorry if I'm using this word, it could be talent acquisition, it could be compensation, it could be employee relations, it could be employee grievances, it could be business HR. So Samarth, I think what you were saying was also answering the second question. So what domain? Okay, Dr. Monica is saying recruitment and retention. Debajyoti is saying retention. When I take my slide off, then I can see the answers. Okay, Dr. Satish is saying job design, appraisal.
It is training and development
Go ahead,
methods.
please.
It's training and development methods.
Okay, training and developments. Okay, and I missed some. Let me open it and see. Okay, Dr. Razia is saying performance appraisal. Rashmi, recruitment. Dr. Anshul is saying controlling and monitoring. Dr. Satish, HR functions like job design and appraisal. Payroll. Prabha, recruitment. Debajyoti could be retention. Kusum, compensation. Okay. Wow, I think we have in the audience a lot of people. Alisha is saying performance salary. Okay, I think we've got lots. Bali said administrative function. Dr. Pratiksha, thank you, is saying HR analytics. Dr. Vijay Vanu's given both answers, 25% and recruitment. Dr. Anshu, 20%. Neelam, recruitment, performance appraisal, employee salary, leave. Dr. Satish, 35 to 40%. Dr. Mukesh, salary. Okay, I think I've read more or less everybody's answers. Please excuse me if I haven't, or if I've missed anybody's. Okay, Dr. Sharad is saying competency mapping. Great. Thank you very much. So what I'm going to do, I'm sorry if I put everybody in this spot and ask this, because I really wanted us to internalize. Sometimes when a question is asked, do you focus on it more? At least it happens with me. When I am asked something, will I dwell into it, analyze it, and answer it? And then when I go back and look at the real answer, it will register better with me, because I analyze why I said what it is and how different it is from reality. So I will again share my screen and share with everybody. I'd conducted a research and this was part of one of the research aspects that I was doing. And in this, wait, let me share my screen. It's office time, so there are multiple screens sometimes that are open. So when you go into, okay. One sec, please. I don't know why I'm not able to get this. Let me try. Yeah, just bear with me while I'm trying to get back to sharing my screen. Okay, got this. So I did this. Let me know if anybody can confirm, please, that they can see the charts back on. Can we see the charts? It says industry study. Hello?
Ma'am, we can see the screen. It is visible.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, great. So to my question, which I'd asked, a couple of minutes ago, I wanted to share this aspect. I'd conducted an industry study of HR professionals around this time last year, and as part of a research project that I was doing. I had about 350 respondents from all levels of HR and across all industries. So pretty much, and all regions. They were not limited to the north, south, east, west of India, and not limited to any specific organization or industry. So across all industries, across all regions. And what did it show? The chart on the left is answer to question number 1. As to how is HR being deployed. There are two figures which stand out very clearly. One is 7%. AI is being deployed in all functions of HR. And the other one is actually two of them. One, 11%, that HR is not aware of benefits of AI in HR and does not use AI in HR. That is 11%. And then 38% is aware of benefits of AI in HR, but does not use AI in HR. Now, in both 11 and 38%, there is one thing which is common, and this is 50% of all the respondents. 50% of people in HR in this survey, showed that they do not use AI in HR. The other 16% said they were in the planning stage of deploying AI in HR. 28% says AI is being deployed in some functions of HR as such. So this was one, 50%, and specifically, do not use AI in HR at all was 38% as such. Now I move to the second part, which is the right side of this chart, which indicated was my answer to the second question, which domain in HR uses artificial intelligence maximum. And if you see the charts, there are predominantly three highest percentages. 43%, and some of the audience, and thank you for sharing that, some of the audience has already said that, talent acquisition and onboarding, 43%, which is the highest that they use. The other, unfortunately, is none of the above, which correlates to the 38% on the pie chart, that they do not use it in any of these domains. And then we have learning and development, which also was one answer which came, transactional HR and query resolution, 34%, and learning and development, more or less pretty much close to each other, which came as the second one highly, which was being used highly. And then of course, and some of us have answered about that also. I must say that the audience is aware of what's happening, from an AI and HR perspective, which makes the session more interesting for me to deliver. So the other aspects is employee engagement, retention, 25%, compensation, 22%. So what were the findings of this survey? One, that there was a gap in deployment of AI in HR, which is very AI in HR is very important from a people management perspective. There is a absolute gap, and there is a gap in terms of deployment of HR in specific functions in HR as such. So this gives us a good context of what reality is, and I'm sure even if this survey was done about a year ago, things wouldn't have changed drastically. Maybe things would have improved, but things wouldn't have changed much. So I wanted to share this aspect. And now let's talk about specifically 3 aspects that I wanted to bring forth in our discussion today. The first is why need to implement AI in HR. And second is how is AI leveraged across the talent life cycle? And third is what are the benefits of successful adoption of AI in HR? Now, before I move to these aspects, I also want to ask the audience again, specifically in context of COVID and the pandemic era that we are going through right now also, what do you think is, how do you think AI is more relevant in today's context? Organizations, and I'll stop sharing my screen so that we can, talk about this a little more. Stop sharing and let me get back. Okay. Okay. So in context of now, specifically, and how all of us are currently, be it academics or be it industry, have gone through stages of working from home. Some industries have moved today to where people are working at office but maintaining social distances. Academics also, it's a combination of that. But in some industries like technology, we still are, majority of us are working from home. Of course, it has its benefit and its disadvantages. So another question I want to share with the audience is, do you think AI or artificial intelligence in any way has supported people management? And when I say people management, I say it in context of, look at the scenario. People are not going to work. They are, how does the day start for somebody? For somebody, Mr. A in a company XYZ logs in the morning, has a calendar full of online meetings or discussions and work. If you were working, depending upon what function are you working in, customer interactions. And if you are communicating with your manager, it is online. If you are communicating with your team members, it could be through tools like Slack, etc. If you are, how are you interacting? How is official correspondence happening? It's happening through Lotus Notes or Outlook. How does meetings happen? How do you meet as a group? Through WebEx, or Zoom. So in this context, really curious to understand from the audience, do you think artificial intelligence in this current context becomes more relevant for people management? I'm really keen to know. And please feel free to share your views in the chat, and or if you would like to talk about them, then I can request Shamoli to unmute so that you can also raise your hands and talk about it, please. Okay, thank you, Dr. Sharad. Yes, more relevant. Okay, thanks. Anybody else? Okay, Aisha says definitely. Sure. And I wanted to bring this perspective out and have everybody's inputs on this perspective, because this is what we are living today. And the new normal will be this. We will, what COVID has done is it has changed things for us in a large perspective. It will never be from a working perspective. It will never be the same what it was, if I may say, the pre-COVID era. Things have changed and changed forever from an organization perspective when it comes to work as such. So is artificial intelligence more relevant now? Okay, Aisha is saying clinical decisions are these days dependent on AI. Okay, there's another context. But my question here is artificial intelligence more relevant now from that perspective? Okay, okay, yes, okay, great. So let me thank you for your inputs. Really appreciate. Let me give you a couple of scenarios which are happening today. People are getting hired into new organizations. They join the new organizations. They are working well entrenched and working well in their organizations for almost 1.5 years now, without having ever been to office at all. That's the reality today. How has that happened? It has been enabled by tools like artificial intelligence. There is no longer a 101, or as I can say, one-to-one discussion happening wherein a manager can meet his or her employee face-to-face in a meeting room, or go out like we used to earlier, grab a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, and have an informal discussion in a cafeteria, or have those, as they call it, water cooler discussions, or have the team Friday evening outings as a team, getting together in a cafeteria, doing potluck lunches, etc. So how is a manager knowing how engaged his or her team is, or an individual, specific individual in an group or a department? Well, that's happening still because of artificial intelligence. How are HR departments drawing strategies for employee engagement? When people are not coming to work, they're not talking to them, they're not seeing them. How is that happening? That's also happening through insights provided by artificial intelligence. And we'll talk more about it. But I wanted to give you these 3 real-life examples to highlight that artificial intelligence is not just, and the technologies and the tools that it brings forward is not just relevant from a perspective of a normal working scenario. In fact, it is more important now than ever when we are constrained to have social distancing, when we are limited in going to office. In some organizations, you cannot enter office. You have to take special permission to go into office because the perspective is that safety and health of the employee is of more importance. So the employees are enabled, and the managers and leaders are enabled by tools which are provided by artificial intelligence and other technologies, so that work does not suffer, engagement does not suffer, and employee well-being focus continues as such. So let me share with that context, and I wanted to switch tracks a little bit so that we just don't talk about it from an overall perspective. We also talk about it from a perspective of what is real, what is happening today. Because that's very important, and the today and the context today is going to impact what is going to happen tomorrow as such. There are many organizations which will never go back to full-time working in office. The model is going to shift where you will have people maybe going to office, but for some days of the week. And maybe in some organizations, people will say, as long as you are comfortable working from home, from your hometown, and you don't need to come to a metro and take a place on hire and stay there, we are good. We've seen that also coming up on, in the media about some organizations. So I think in that context, it's very important to emphasize How is this happening? This is happening because organizations are able to leverage artificial intelligence technologies to their best, to manage people, to manage engagement, and ensure that the best is provided. Now, let me go back, and again, I'm going to share my screen. Let me know when you can see it coming up, please. I need a confirmation that it's up. Yeah, anybody?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, great. Thank you. So what are the three aspects? Again, why, how, and what? Let's talk about these three aspects. Why do we need to implement AI in HR? And whenever I talk of AI in HR, please remember it's from a people management perspective, because what does human resource management do? It focuses on people management. It focuses on ensuring that employees, managers, and leaders are enabled better as such. So why is there a requirement to have AI in HR is a good question. And some of the thoughts I've shared here. Today, there is a dynamic environment in which enterprises are operating. How there has been a paradigm shift in the industries. The complete model has changed. And it is still changing with COVID coming in. There's going to be again a rearrangement of how things. So because of this dynamic environment that organizations are operating in, there is a need to be constantly delivering, and that is enabled, that can only happen if the organizations are able to leverage different technologies. That's one aspect. The second one is there is the interconnectedness which is there through social and mobile networks is huge now. Earlier and today, there is a large amount of difference in how interconnectivity today has been impacted. The third aspect, large data created and accessible. I'm referencing what I was earlier talking about. Anything and everything we do which is related, which is connected to a device or is on social or mobile networks, creates data. Any transactions, financial, social, retail, anything that we do as customers or clients is even this, when we are talking right now on Zoom, we are connected. There is a huge amount of data which is being generated. It's happening specifically because you're logged on to this network. There is charts which are being shown. I am talking. This all is creating huge amount of data which resides somewhere. So artificial intelligence is able to which can be accessed through Zoom or through other networks. Artificial intelligence is able to access this data as such. The fourth one I want to emphasize here is that there is a huge paradigm shift in the customer and the employee experience as such. And what is this shift? I'll give you a very simple example. And I'll go to something which all of us can relate to. The other day, I was talking to somebody in the family about the kind of movies I am able to see now, and how it has changed what I look for when I want to watch a movie. Earlier, I was very limited in my choices based on what networks I have subscribed to, be it Star Movies, be it Sony, be it HBO, Romedy Now, or some Hindi channels, could be Z Cinema, etc. So I was limited because those were the movies that they used to air at different times, and you could only have a choice out of those movies as such. Now look at the paradigm shift, and I'm emphasizing paradigm shift here as a customer is because with Netflix, Amazon, and other channels which have come, the amount of options which are available for me as a consumer have just changed. What genre of movie do I want to see? What language? Whether I want to see rom-com movies, whether I want to see sci-fis, whether I want to see classics. And at the time and the day, I want to see them at my convenience, you know. There is a huge change in what I am getting as a customer, and I'm still demanding for more. Based on my watching history, technology throws at me when I switch on any of these mediums is what could be the other movies that I could see based on my preference as such. This is the shift which has happened in each and every aspect. Look at how we used to buy earlier. When we used to do grocery shopping for us used to be, as customers, used to be on a weekend, going to one of the supermarkets and picking up things, putting them in a cart, towing them to our cars, and getting them back home, making a list, towing them and getting them back home, or going to our local Karyana store in the evening or whenever convenient and picking up things as such. What do I do as a customer now? I can give you my own example. A couple of times in a week, I just ask, the couple of helpers I have in my house, is there anything which is finished? And I pick up a handheld device. I go into my account in Big Basket, and I just click on the things that I want, and it throws up a history of things that I'd earlier bought, and in case I want to buy them again, I just click on the paying method which is connected to one of the bank accounts or one of the other options like Paytm, etc. And I just choose a time that I want the doorbell to ring, and maybe it can ring while I'm even delivering this session when I want it to be delivered, and I get my grocery. What a different experience for something as simple as bread, butter, and grocery for the kitchen. That's the difference. And are we satisfied? Not really. Because we are getting that level of customer experience, we demand more. We have different options of when it can be delivered. And if the person is late, then we are demanding as to why you were late. I picked this slot up because this was as per my office meeting schedule. I don't want to be disturbed by a doorbell ringing otherwise as such. That's one aspect. The second is the employee experience. Me as a customer, I'm also an employee in an organization. So when as a customer, I am this demanding and I expect the best leveraging technology. When I, switch hats and I become an employee, I am the same person who demands the best. The best in terms of work experience, the best in terms of learning experience, the best in terms of health, well-being, and care taken by the organization, the best in terms of the leadership and the managers that we work with. So again, a shift in terms of expectations as an employee. That's why we need to have technologies like artificial intelligence. And last but not the least, we are in a situation or a current context where we always on. There is nothing which is 9 to 6 today. Everybody and anybody is available from all the time as such. So that's another text which is there. So with these couple of points, I wanted to emphasize why, in context of the current scenario, be it related to the environment we are operating in, the interconnectivity that we have different based on the different IoT mediums, the data which is generated, the transformation of the experiences because of these devices and these technologies as such. That's the first aspect. Now let's come to the next aspect, how. So AI is leverage across employee experience. When I say employee experience, what do I mean? Let me first emphasize that. When I say employee experience, I mean the complete talent life cycle from the point where an individual, let's take any individual, let's take a person called Mr. A or Ms. A. From that point when a person generates an interest to get hired by a organization, that is attract, then hire, and through the complete talent life cycle till the person exits the organization. So they go through attract, hire, engage, serve, grow, retain. These are typically the different milestones in a talent life cycle, which across which the employee experience is built, and they don't operate in silos. They overlap. And for example, you could be engagement and retention works together, grow and engage or serve works together as such. Of course, the hiring experience is separate. After the hiring experience, these, as long as you are an employee, they work together. So AI can be leveraged across different aspects, different domains or different functions as such. That's one aspect. Now, let me talk about how. And the first one is attract and hire. Now, how does attract and hire work? Now, if you see on the screen, what I've tried to do here is I've tried to share different tools or different applications which are used to attract. That's the first step in any recruitment cycle, and then to hire a candidate. So we have tools like recruitment advisor, and I'll go step back and share with you a different perspective, and maybe I'll stop sharing my screen for a minute. Okay, one sec. Okay, can you see me? Yeah. So let me share a perspective, because before we go into charts, I certainly would want to share this screen, this aspect. Even before a candidate, for example, let's take any person, maybe let's take a profile like a data scientist. Even before, and maybe the data scientist's name is Prachi, and please excuse me if anybody's name here is Prachi, but I'm just taking it as an example, totally unintentional. Prachi is working in company A. She's very happy in her organization. She's not looking for a change. And suddenly when she goes online or in her inboxes, she starts seeing job openings in company B for a data scientist. She's never gone online or posted her CV somewhere. She's not talked to a recruitment consultant. She's not gone on a job site where even searched for something, as such. She's not gone on the job site of company B to look for openings for data scientist. But she still gets, mails or notifications or pings on her, that this job opening is open in this company and this is what it is. So she's curious. She clicks on the link, and it highlights to her aspects which are very relevant to her profile. You know, she's maybe 3 years in her current role. So what somebody who he's got about 3 to 4 years of experience should be looking for in the next role. It talks about aspects which she would like in an organization, you know. It talks about, highlights different factors which are areas she's very keen on from a data scientist perspective. So she feels as if this job is tailor-made for her. She clicks on the link and an artificial intelligence bot, and in normal terminology, we call it a chat bot, starts having a conversation with this person. And Prachi talks to the chatbot and asks, which is this, you know, organization. The chatbot answers some questions. Some questions the chatbot cannot answer. And the chatbot says, hey, if you want more questions, can I put you through to one of my friends? You know, and this is her number and she's available. She can call you right now if you're interested. And she gives a time and says, yeah, I'm okay at 12:30 in the afternoon. I'm, you know, because I'll be free, and that would be, or 1:30 in the afternoon, because that's a lunch break for me. And at 1:30 in the afternoon, this recruiter from company B calls her, talks to her, gives her more insights on, yes, there is a job open. We would like to know if you'd be interested in. By 2:30, Prachi has mailed her CV. Next day in the evening, online, there is interaction which happens with the hiring manager of the organization, of the department for which the role is. The discussion happens. And from there onwards, the hiring cycle starts. Now, I wanted to give you this example of, this is how artificial intelligence works in the recruitment or the talent acquisition function. Prachi has not applied for a role. She's not even looking for a role or a change in job. But data is analyzed, you know, through different modes and mediums, which brings forth which is brought forth through tools, which helps company B target Prachi as a potential candidate for an opening they have in their current organization. No consultants, no job sites. Data, data, data. Analysis connected, personalization, one-on-one, chatbot support, one-on-ones, augmented further, because the hiring person already has Prachi's profile. You know, the hiring manager already has Prachi's profile, understands what the dynamics is, and makes the job comfortably available for her. This is what I wanted to emphasize from a real life example, that's how talent acquisition is happening now. I'll give you another example. People are not going to work. I might be having a bad day today. You know, maybe I've had an argument with my manager. Of course, I haven't, but I'm just giving an example. You know, or I'm upset about some perspective related to, you know, my growth, you know, or a company policy. But I'm not talking to my manager about it on a WebEx or a chat, etc. But next time the manager talks to me, she broaches this subject without making me know that she's aware of it. But she in her own manner, and as a skilled people manager, talks to me in a roundabout manner wherein I am able to verbalize it. She's able to address the concern, and I'm no longer dissatisfied. Now, how has this happened? How does my manager know, without me even saying it in these online tools or interactions, be it a phone call or a WebEx, because I haven't gone to office where I could have had this communication. Even if I've if I have not, I could not have conveyed it verbally. Sometimes body language and the way you are talking about it with your colleagues, or there are silent ways also of communicating. But when you are not in offices, you are working online, how do people understand, and this is very relevant from a people management perspective, how do people understand what is happening in an employee's this thing? I'll tell you what happens specifically in good organizations, and I'm talking about the one which leverage artificial, and specifically when I say good, I mean the ones which are leveraging artificial intelligence in HR. Periodically they will do snap polls or mini polls in which they ask employees, and this has become more important and more critical in times like this, because organizations want to continuously know how people are feeling, what's going on in their minds, is there any concern that they would like to address, because they understand that everything is now in a virtual mode as such. So in one of those snap polls or mini polls, maybe I have mentioned this aspect that I have a concern about. I have not said this to my manager. I have not communicated it to anybody in the organization, but I have mentioned it in one of those snap polls or those mini polls or those online tools. Now look at how the data is picked from there, analyzed, and it reaches the right hands. And from there, immediately action is taken without me even as an employee knowing about it. That's the power of artificial intelligence today. And that's why it is very, very important in current context to ensure that organizations are leveraging this tool to the maximum. That's one thing I wanted to emphasize here as such. Now, let me go back to the charts and I'll continue our discussion. Any question on this aspect, and I'll be more than happy to give my perspective. Any questions on this, please feel free to share in the chat. Let me know when you can see.
Yeah, it is visible, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you. So recruitment advisor, and I give you an example, and that's what made me also go back and share a real life example with you, so that you are able to understand it. So how do organizations attract and hire in the right context? They do it by these tools, recruitment advisor, which analyzes and rates candidates based their ability to be the best match for the opening which is there, right? Now what they do is they match the candidate's resume with the open jobs, and that's how, and then it becomes very targeted. The tool doesn't go and look, create that interaction or that discussion with each and every person who's available in the job market or who's not even available in the job market. For example, when I gave you the example of Prachi as a data scientist, if there is a job opening of a data scientist and Prachi is resume fits the the requirement for the job, then the recruitment advisor has gone ahead and analyzed and brought about the Prachi's profile as the best match for the job. And not only have they done that, the tool does that. There is also, as Prachi moves ahead after having submitted her resume and got into those discussions with her hiring manager, maybe head of the department, there is a predictive selection which happens, wherein Prachi's potential to perform in that role, in context of that department or the organization will be predicted. Does Prachi's profile fit into the organization culture of the organization? Would Prachi prove to be a good performer, having and will be able to leverage these technologies or contribute in this culture? And then that aspect is also an insight which is available as we do predictive selection. And then the next part is that Prachi might not be the only candidate available. There might be other candidates available who go through this process while there is just one opening. So it's not just one candidate. Then choosing up the best candidate based on the quality of skills, the relevant experience, which is in context of the job which is open, is also there. Yeah. And not just this aspect, also the tools or the applications help maintain a diversity and inclusion perspective also, so that sometimes what happens is, if I'm a hiring manager, and in my organization, I, as a data scientist, and no offense to anybody here, but as a data scientist or as a technologist, I have seen proven capability of male candidates in this organization as such. So as a hiring manager, maybe my tendency would be to shortlist resumes of just male candidates, because, well, I see it in front of me that the male candidates are more successful, and there are very few data scientists which are available who are who are women. So tools like this, and I know there has been some noise about sometimes they do not help in D&I, they are counterproductive, but that's sometimes a tool, the AI algorithm which has to be corrected. Sometimes it could be that, but overall, I think what is key here is that these help ensure that those biases, and sometimes they are unconscious bias as such, which creeps into our mindsets, and we are not even aware of them, can happen. I'll give you an example of how unconscious bias can happen, and what do we and how it affects the hiring manager's decision. I was traveling to Delhi, and this was pre-COVID era when we could see each other's faces. There's this gentleman who came and sat next to me, who was, who was slightly heavy built, as such, and who looked like, who had the dynamics of maybe being somebody from a businessman profile, by the looks of it. Now, herein, it was my unconscious mind assuming that this person could be from a business background as such, based on the outward experience or whatever I have in my mind, which made me categorize him from that category. To my pleasant surprise, when we got talking, he was actually a neurosurgeon. That's an unconscious bias I had in my mind. And in fact, we had a good discussion about, aspects in his field which were of interest to me. Now, I moved forward and did not restrict my bias to impact me to have that conversation, thinking that he's just a businessman as such. So sometimes, and there is a large possibility that hiring managers or recruiters even could get those biases come in there. So these analysis, these tools, and these data crunching, and the way the best candidate is put forward, irrespective of gender, sometimes helps people to ensure that in organizations, unconscious bias is not there, and the diversity and inclusive aspect is ensured as such. So this is one aspect here. The other one, and I might need to just pick up a battery backup. Is it okay if I just go on hold for 2 minutes and then come back? Yeah, I just need to.
Yes, that's fine, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, just a second. Yeah, okay, I just realized that I'm running low on battery, and maybe we could have a couple of minutes break and then come back, because I know we've been on for almost an hour now. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for your accommodating. I didn't realize I had not connected my charger and I was running low on batteries. So any perspectives from the audience on the first aspect that I have spoken about, which talks about how artificial intelligence, uh, focuses on attracting and hiring, the talent acquisition piece as such, and then we'll talk about other aspects as such. I'll be very keen to hear perspectives, please.
Yeah, if anybody wants to participate, please raise your hand. We will put you on mute, unmute.
Okay, let me go ahead and start. Just a second. Let me now share the other aspects as such, especially related to, and for me, it's not just the hiring perspective. Now let's talk about what is most critical after you have attracted and hired a person, of a right profile for your open jobs. Today, from an organization context, what gives, and especially when you are out in the market, what gives competitive edge from a talent perspective is to not just to hire the best of people who are the best to support customers in order to get the best customer experience, right? So the perspective is to hire employees who will themselves go through best employee experience so that they are enabled to support customers, which results in the best customer experience. I'll say this again, break it into two parts so that you understand the to have what gives an organization today the a competitive edge in the market. And specifically when I say in the market, from a talent perspective, is to have employees who are enjoying the best employee experience, who are motivated to provide their best so that they are supporting the customers of their business in such a manner that they ensure customer delight and best customer experience, which contributes to profitability and success of the business and the organization. And how does that happen? There are different tools when we look at retention, because in order to have employees who enjoy the best employee experience, they need to stay with the organization. They need to be with the organization as such. So how do we do that? So there are different applications that are there, and different focuses that are there. So one is manager enablement, and I give you an example of manager enablement, taking my own case. Through different data analysis, through different tools, based on different inferences, a manager is enabled with getting complete insights into his or her team as such. That's one aspect. The other aspect is predictive attrition analysis. When I say predictive attrition analysis, what do I mean? Let's take the example of Prachi only. Prachi as a data scientist falls in the high-skilled category. Once she is in the organization, she falls in the high-skilled category, who is at a compensation level of X, who has gone through training programs of ABC. But This is from within the organization perspective, and I talk about it when Prachi is a tenured employee. She's been with the organization for 6-8 months. She's done her orientation and she's well aligned. But this is from within the organization perspective. But from a market perspective, because it's not just inward, you've got to delve inward, keeping in mind outward focus, because it's the market at play, dynamics at play, which also impacts how your employees are. But from a market perspective, Prachi is still paid lower. There are better jobs, people are paid higher with that job. There are a couple of competitors who've got new business, so they are having a very focused drive to hire data scientists. And the niche skill that Prachi has is scarce in the market. So there is a propensity for some of the players in the market that could pay Prachi higher than what she's being paid in her current organization. Now, what is all this? This is predictive attrition analysis. And based on this, Prachi could be categorized in a bracket which makes her high attrition risk. Similarly, there could be another person who is working in a support function like procurement, who's been with the organization for X number of years and has been, hasn't gone ahead and, done further education or upgraded his or her skills. And is not actively engaged in being technologically upgraded, using different applications or tools which are key or critical for the function, for his function. Now for him, and let's call this person Manoj, a predictive attrition analysis could be low. He could be in the category of low. Because why? Because there is, from a demand and supply perspective, the equation changes here. The supply of people who work in the purchase function or the procurement function in the market are high, whereas the demand for them is lower. The compensation level that he is at is higher than what is offered in the market for his level. So he is at a low attrition risk. So this is how the AI applications help analyze, not just based on data of the person, but also does an outward analysis of the different dynamics at play, the market at play, the skills at play, the demand and supply equation at play, and comes up with a balanced view of the prediction of a person, whether the person is high attrition, low attrition, stable as such. And based on that, is the concerned manager or leader enabled to do retention focus. That's one aspect. The other aspect is also understanding each individual in themselves. Hari in a team, Hari, an employee in a team, could be more interested in higher compensation as a motivator, whereas Uma in the same team could look at funding for more certifications as more valuable to her than getting a pay increase. Now, how does one get to know these? These are again based on different analysis which can be done through profile mapping. And based on this, the concerned manager of Hari and Uma, they might be in the same team, can understand what would be required to motivate Hari versus what would be required to motivate Uma. Everybody is not provided, is categorized in the same bucket to say this is what we are going to do for employee growth. It could be very different for one person from very different for another person. For one person, getting a permission to write a white paper for something he or she has done in the organization is much more than getting an award at an industry function as such. So that is how retention focus is enabled by different individualized profile analysis also, and it also results in smarter compensation planning. Be it stock options, be it retention bonuses, be it in hand versus long-term focus on planning, etc. Yeah. And this, as I'd mentioned earlier, the retention focus is accordingly strengthened. What lever to be adopted to motivate or engage one employee could be different, and this is brought forward by the artificial intelligence enablement or those tools as such. Yeah. So here I just shared a summary of that aspect. Now let me move to the other one, and I do remember some of us shared about training. Some of us shared about development being, how AI is being leveraged. Now, again, here I'll stop the screen because what I want to share, I can just talk about it. Okay. I don't want it to be just a chat discussion, so I want to also give you real life examples because we live them every day. So for example, let's take Mohan. Mohan is an employee in an organization. He goes to his manager and has a career conversation. That career conversation is about what he's doing currently, what he wants to do going ahead, and what are the things that he would potentially like to do in 1 or 3 years, 3 to 5 years, and 5 years and beyond. Now, what happens at the back of this conversation, both at an employee and a manager level? Mohan, as an employee, will go back into the learning portal of his organization. And I'm talking about organizations where artificial intelligence is completely leveraged, right? And he will key in his preferences, that this is what I am looking at. It could be, there are different applications. There could be my career coach, my advisor, career advisor, etc. There are different applications that organizations have. So he will go on this online tool and key in what is he looking for in terms of career going forward. Now, when that happens, once he's keyed in, and there are a couple of questions asked which come from the automated tool, what that tool will throw up to him is options available for him in terms of job opportunities going forward, in terms of learning opportunities going forward, a career path, a knowledge path. And this has happened in how many minutes? I think in a space of 10-15 minutes, wherein the person has logged on to a tool, keyed in what he wants to go ahead and do in terms of the technology or the domain or the roles or the levels as such. Not only that, the tool will also throw up options which could be available from a job opportunity perspective. give him a couple of pointers saying, hey, this job opportunity is available if you would like to see this. These are the kinds which will come up going forward, and these are the aspects that can be looked at, not currently, but going forward. Maybe the organization is going to get business, so they're going to be investing in these technologies. So these are the options. So when he's going to have this conversation with his career conversation with his manager, he's already enabled with these perspectives. On the other hand, now let's switch sides and look at his manager. The manager has also keyed in an employee's profile, and he also has these maybe more options available because he can see it from a larger perspective, keying in more employee related information, and also having a skill or an industry perspective, that these are the things that I could, when I have the career conversation with an employee in my team, advise him about or enable him about. Now look at how things have changed from the one-on-one conversations that used to happen earlier, which used to be very, very limited, to current performance or future aspirations, to now both the employee and the manager both being more enabled because of leveraging the technology, the platforms, learning platforms, different applications which are available to provide a holistic view of the skill journey a person can adopt, a career journey that a person can initiate, and other softer aspects also which can come through as to what are the soft skills which are required, which are the technologies they need to build an expertise of. So this is a real life example I wanted to share with you on how this is done. Before we go back, and now let me share my screen and talk about this more. So now you'll be able to relate to it more, a personalized learning built by AI. So it's not limited to just going on a learning portal and they will throw up, hundreds of programs which would be available to you. No, it is very individualized as such. And what does it help in? It helps in accelerating skill development because it is focused on specific individuals. What are their career aspirations? What are the skills? As we say, skills is the new currency of today. It's no longer about just growth in terms of promotions, but the growth is now connected to the skills that you have. So it accelerates skill development, and skills is what differentiates organizations in marketplace, and it optimizes learning across organizations because everybody is not painted with the same brush. Everybody will not be told that go ahead and do this course. Each individual will have their own specific career and skill paths to go ahead and pursue, and that makes them more keen and interested in leveraging the learning portal actually. And then the ability to be able to fast forward this. Imagine what a career coach or a career advisor, which is enabled by artificial intelligence technologies, throws up in 10 minutes. If a human being has to do it, I'm sure he'll take at least 4 to 5 days to even come up with that. Scan through different technologies, scan through different learning roadmaps, and then also maybe he or she will not be 100% correct because maybe they are missing something due to human error. So the AI-enabled career coaches and learning portals really are very focused in terms of that, ensuring that advice related to skills development is given in context of being individualized and specific to the current employee. And how does it help? It helps organizations make talent equipped, make them talent equipped to make decisions which are based on data driven analytics. So it is not based on a gut feel or based on preferential preferences of a person. It is based on data driven decisions as such. So to summarize, how does artificial intelligence help develop people? Now let's move to the next one, grow and serve, because this is another very critical aspect of a talent life cycle. How do we have people grow in the organization? And I touched about it briefly when I was sharing examples, from a relevant from a practical perspective. Predictive potential jobs. The AI enabled tools are able to generate based on the analysis of the profile of individuals and the job openings currently or going forward, that what could be the potential jobs that a person can apply for as such, and thus help that person, and maybe in this case we can take any example, help that person have a proper growth trajectory. Here again, it is not based on individual preferences anymore. A promotion list is not based, or jobs are not based on biases or what manager preferences are. It is based on data, because the best candidates, because all the people are aware of these potential jobs which open up. The potential job matches align people or pick up candidates, current employees who match those open jobs. And there is data which highlights as to why this candidate is a better fit for this job as compared to the other candidate. So it kind of ensures that the right person gets the right jobs, which includes growth as such. Then we have chatbots, which are actually intelligent assistants. I've given an example of a couple of them, like Micah, My Career Coach, etc., which are used by different players in the industry, which act as intelligent assistants, which guide you through navigating the learning portal or the job opportunities by matching data, by analyzing data, and giving you the right product as such, from that perspective. And what does it all result in? It all results in better employee experience, because that is the focus of each organization, for employees to have better employee experience as such. So with this, we come to the third aspect of what are the benefits. What do we, what are the advantages, of having successful adoption of AI in HR? While in my earlier discussion, I have spoken about how is it practically used in organizations? But if we step back, and I'll just go back on my charts. Shami, how are we doing on time, please?
Ma'am, yeah, so by 1:30 we will have to finish this, and then the participants have few questions. So 1:30 to 1:45, the question answer round.
Okay, great. I'm glad you told me that. Otherwise, I would have gone on. Thank you. Thank you. So the audience just want us to step back and look at what are the three aspects that we discussed. Why the need to implement, and I also flavored it with current context, and differentiated between the pre-COVID era, the COVID era, and I hope it finishes soon, and the post-COVID era, which I'm sure all of us are really looking forward to it. Then we spoke about, and that was the why part. Then we spoke about the how part, as to how AI is leveraged across the talent life cycle. And we spoke about real examples of how is a person, how is a candidate even attracted to a job without even the person knowing that he's being, being looked at actively as a potential hire. The person doesn't even know about it. And now we are talking about what are the benefits of successful adoption of AI in HR. I think we pretty much understand it very well. But again, to emphasize, there are a couple of things that I would want to talk about. The first is transformation to cognitive HR, intelligent HR. Hiring decisions are no more based on a gut feeling or based on tenure and experience of the hiring person. It is based on data analysis. Growth decisions, promotion decisions are no longer based, and this is applicable if we are leveraging these tools. So just want to emphasize that aspect. Promotion discussions or growth discussions are no longer based on preferences or impressions, but are based on factual data, which highlights what really is relevant for the organization, whether this person brings those skills and contributes that aspect which is needed for the person to be moved to the next level. Then I think this one is very important. There is a robotic process automation of monotonous work, which is just gone. There used to be X number of hours that people would spend, and I talk especially from a people management perspective, on answering queries, be it related to benefits, processes, etc. Now all that are automated, they go to a chatbot. And the chatbot is in many times enabled to answer most of them. If there are some which they cannot, then the concerned subject matter expertise comes in. It has helped shift gears, focuses on speed and innovation as such, and not just looking at it from a transactional perspective, which or looking at it from a perspective where a lot of time is required to generate the required results, and focuses on continuous skill renewal. As I mentioned earlier, the skills is the new currency. Artificial intelligence helps us keep pace as an organization, keep pace with what is required in the market today, with all that has changed, the interconnectivity, the impact of IoT, social, mobile. Those, every day there is a new challenge. When you get up in the morning, what was yesterday the latest sometimes becomes old, and the latest is something that everybody in the organization needs to catch up with, because that's what is expected from you, and that is what the customers require as such. So that's the other perspective that I wanted to focus on. Now, a good question could be, and I'll spend a couple of minutes here, is how would you implement AI in HR? Well, all organizations cannot do it at the same time, because there is a huge aspects in terms of the tools, technologies which are required. But I think it's important to identify the weakest link. Which is the area which requires the most focus? Are you losing people maximum? Is engagement or employee experience a concern? Are you not hiring good people? Are the profiles that you hire not matching with what is required for the roles? Or if you hire people, they do not perform well? So identify what in a people management overall perspective, which is the weakest link. Then identify the aspect which, because here we are talking of funds, we are talking of a lot of areas where we'll need, the organization will need to align funds and resources. The most consequential first step, which will have the broadest possible impact, which will impact the maximum number of people. And the third and the most critical is to create awareness. The fear of unknown, and I say this specifically from a technology perspective, the fear of unknown sometimes makes us be very guarded and resist change. So the first step in any change management strategy is always to create awareness, so that when we do not know something, there is a tendency of people to be scared about it, and when you are scared about something, you avoid it, you do not adopt it, and you raise barriers to ensure that it is not successful. So I think that's very, very critical. And last, keeping in mind the time perspective, I would like to conclude by emphasizing, what does the AI-driven HR strategy help achieve? Creates a truly fabulous employee experience, addresses need for continuous skill renewal, and last but not the least, because this is very, very important from a current context, develops an irresistible learning experience. Because if there is a learning experience does not create enjoyment, people are not geared to learn, to enhance their skills, they will not be equipped to meet the ever changing demands of the customer and the market. And the perspective is always to ensure that your organization is able to do that as such. And with that objective in mind, it is very, very critical to ensure that we have a HR strategy, we have a people management strategy, which leverages the artificial intelligence driven technologies, the artificial intelligence driven tools, because that will only help not just organizations, leaders and managers leverage the best possible for their teams, their employees as such. And with that, I would like to close this session and stop sharing. Yeah.
Yes.
And
any questions from the audience? Dr. Satish?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm having two questions. So the one thing is that, as we know, HRA, CRPs are going to be implemented. There is
Dr.
already
Satish,
long
there's a
road.
little noise in the background. Could you? I'm not able to hear you clearly, please.
Am I clear now?
Little bit. Okay, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bear with me. So as we know, HRIS and ERP been getting implemented by the companies, and it's a long ride as the AI is coming into the new part. So how you map this key performance indicators, qualitative terms in AI, the KPIs?
I'm sorry, I'm not able to get the question. There's a little background noise. I'm not able to. I'm sorry.
Just give me a minute. No? I'll switch off.
Is able to, get back. Yeah.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Am I clear now?
Would you want to type it in chat, and everybody
Yeah,
can
it's
read also?
it was a bit long. That is the reason I thought of putting it. Is it clear,
Okay.
ma'am? No.
Little bit, yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for adjusting.
See, my question is that as we have been, the organizations are doing HRS, ERPs, and all, they're doing it. That's a long practice which has already been adopted. But now, as you have been,
I'm sorry. What HRPs, CRPs?
HRIS, Human Resource Information Systems, ERP.
What
They
is
are
CRP?
implementing Enterprise
Okay.
Resource Planning.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not able to hear you. Okay. Yeah. Please.
So, but when, as you have been telling, AI is getting implemented into the HR functions. So when it comes to the compensation or performance appraisal, so how these people, because we face a lot of difficulty in putting out key performance indicators which are in qualitative terms. You mean, can I give an example like quantitative means 10 articles I published this year to get an increment of so and so. But what is my skill improvement? What are my learning attitude? So these kind of things. So how these qualitative terms will be mapped into this AI? That is my first question, ma'am. Second thing
Yeah,
is,
let me give this, otherwise I'll
okay,
put get the
sure.
answer.
Okay,
I'll
I
get the
was
full
afraid
answer.
that my voice will go up. That's the reason. Okay,
So that's
fine,
okay. Now
fine.
I'm used to the noise, so it's okay.
Okay, fine, ma'am.
So, so it's a very good question, and I'll help you understand this. There are some things, and especially of qualitative nature, which would not be part of the individual's profile as a hard fact, but it can be inferred. Inferred when the person is being hired, or through different analysis can be done later. I'm sorry, there's too much of background noise. We're not able to. Okay, so those inferred, yeah. Can you go on mute while I'm talking? Yeah, thank you. You can still hear me, right? Okay. So those qualitative aspects about a person's profile can be inferred by the tool. And I gave you an example of how I have never, I won't share with my manager that I'm upset about something, or I would not, I would not rate in that I do not accept this policy or I'm uncomfortable. But based on some inferences which can be drawn from a survey that I have done, or if there is a profile question, I've answered that. There are some inferences that can be drawn, and there are different mechanisms which can be used, to gain the qualitative aspects also, because in the end it's a data point, and it's not just quantitative but also qualitative aspects that we have to look at, but they are translated into a data point, and that build forward the profile of the person. I hope I'm able, you could hear me, I hope. Yeah.
So you are on mute. If you want to ask more questions, you have to unmute.
Yeah. Ma'am, my second question was, I got
Could
some.
Could you hear my answer?
Yeah,
Could you hear it in the background?
clearly.
Okay,
I heard
thank you.
clearly. Maybe some
Yeah,
problem with my OS. Okay.
sure.
So that my second question was that like previously traditionally people used to read the curriculum or resumes, and then they used to process the person for the interview. And then there are some softwares have come who will filter that based on the keywords. So now the deploy of the technology. Then can we see and expect AI in an interview process, like in taking the juries and presentations and then assessing the what is the body language of the person who is attending the interviews? Maybe it's a Spielberg view, Spielberg's view, but can we expect that tomorrow maybe humanoid is going to take an interview?
So let me tell you, the initial screening happens by a chatbot. And based on the responses that a person puts into the initial screening, the responses that I will type in when a chatbot is asking me questions, a profile is already drawn. And those questions are mapped in such a way that it helps draw inference of what is being when a person is responding in this manner, what kind of a profile is it mapped to. So, and that also helps an organization understand whether a person with this kind of a profile, can you also Devjyoti, why don't you share about it right now only, so that we can talk about it right now, rather than redirecting everybody to YouTube. We can talk about it right now also. Thank you for your information, really appreciate. So I'm sorry I got interrupted. So it also helps understand whether this kind of profile will fit into our organization culture or not. For example, I'll just give you an example. If the chatbot has asked a question of, do you think Teams is important Working in teams is important. Rate on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being the lowest and 5 being the highest. If the person rates 1, so he's not into team dynamics as such, he feels, and he writes that, no, I feel individual contribution is required, we don't need to work in teams. The organization which is very high on team dynamics and feels it is important, and the work is it is structured in a way where groups of people work together on different projects and then move on to different projects. It's not very structured as such, right? On that, that will help. Yeah. So that way it really helps as such, Did it help answer your question, please? You're talking
Yes,
on
ma'am.
mute.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely. But I used to work out more. Definitely. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
your.
Thank you.
Any other question?
Hi, ma'am. Am I audible? I'm Serena here.
Hi, Serena. Yeah, sure. I can hear you.
Yeah. Ma'am, the session was actually very informative. Thank you for the insight that you have given to us. And I would like to know what kind of courses can be introduced to our MBA students so that they'll be able to have an integration between this artificial intelligence and human resource management as such. Is there any specific courses that we can offer to those students?
Okay. I don't, I'm not in the academic, so I won't be able to say this is the course. But I think what is important, I want to emphasize is that today, everybody who's entering the industry has to understand artificial intelligence. It is no longer something which is, and thank you, Dr. Devachuti, for sharing about the Volvo car. It's not something which is an instance in itself. It is a reality today. For some of us in organizations, we live it. We live it every minute, every day. So it has to become absolute integral part of the syllabus, because this is not a can have part of the syllabus, it is a must have part of the syllabus. Because see, any domain that you go into in art, as after once you move to the industry, you could be working as in the support center where you are handling transactional query. You will need to understand how tools work. You could be working in the hiring engine, in talent acquisition function. You need to understand how it is. So I think today, and that's a very good question, thank you for asking that. Today it is taken for granted. For example, every child in your house knows how Netflix operates, right? How Amazon operates.
Yes.
We don't need to teach them.
Yeah.
The same, I'm sorry, I'm using media example in this discussion. But I just want to highlight that if there is somebody, it is okay for your grandmother or your grandfather, though between us, even in our households, even they know how to operate it, for not to understand how Netflix or Amazon works. But you don't expect the current generation or the future generation not to understand, because you live it every day. The same, or how to go and shop on Amazon, right? The same is with this technology. Today, students who are entering industry not just have to know it, they have to understand it, because that is what it is. There are very rare organizations now, and I know we're talking about some of them, but things have moved in this era, COVID era. Things have moved because people have understood virtual means leveraging these technologies, leveraging these applications, leveraging these tools, that it has actually forced many organizations and many industries to fast forward their digital transformation, because there was no choice. People were not going to work, but customers are still demanding,
Yeah.
So I think it is very, very critical, and I emphasize it again, for students to know this, and not just know this, to be well conversant with this aspect, because it is reality today. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Any other question? Anybody else? I guess there is no questions.
Okay, I just want to, Shamli,
Yes,
I just want to thank.
Hello.
I just want to thank everybody who have appreciated the session on the chat. Could you please go on mute? I can hear some background noise. Yeah, I really want to thank everybody who's appreciated the session on chat. I'm glad if I could add value to this faculty development program, because the perspective was to do that. And again, I want to thank the IILM team for giving me this opportunity to contribute. I've thoroughly enjoyed having this interaction as such.
Yeah, Prachi has a question. Yes, Prachi.
Very good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, Prachi. I used your name. I'm so sorry for one of the
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I really feel good. Thank you so much for that. So, ma'am, I would like to ask that since we all are working in a virtual mode right now, so we talked about qualitative parameters. So, can you throw some light on the qualitative parameters on like what are the qualitative parameters required to retain employee in the current scenario that is in the virtual mode?
I'm sorry, I'm not able to understand. See, my context is artificial intelligence technologies. How do they enable people management? How does it help enable? So I'm talking about technology, tools, and applications. Yeah. So the context and all that I've shared is from that perspective. From the qualitative perspective, Dr. Satish had a question, so I did mention how our qualitative aspects also can be captured and put and quantified, because everything is data, and that data is analyzed and then inferences drawn, which enable managers and leaders to take the right talent decisions as such. So that's the perspective. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Sudhir has a question.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am, good afternoon.
Please
Good
go ahead.
afternoon. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
The session was very nice. I'm Sudhir Kumar from Diwan Institute of Management Studies, Meerut. You're talking about AI. Previously I have attended one this FDP on AI. So at that time I was thinking this question. So question is AI based vehicles are coming, and this is the future of AI now coming in future. So what will be the job prospects of drivers and the traffic in charge and all these? So there will be a threat for them. So can you throw light on this?
Yeah, so let me help you understand it. So the good question, and thank you for asking. Glad you asked this. Let me help you understand this perspective. And I'll go back to my HR function, because that's closer to me and I live it every day. Earlier, we used to have a team of, depending upon organizations, you might have a team of 15 people, 20 people, 13 people who will just be aligned to type, employees would post questions related to policies, processes, anything. My pay slip is, where can I find my pay slip? How much leave am I eligible for? Where can I go and look at PF contribution, etc. And those HR professionals used to just be either typing those answers or face-to-face answering those questions. Now what has happened? There is a chatbot, the intelligent assistants, the chatbot, which is enabled based the AI algorithms, which answers all these questions. What are those people doing? They are actually have moved to the next level. And remember, initially in my session, I talk about augmenting human beings. They've moved to the next level where they are building these chatbots. They are writing the algorithms. They've gone through courses which helps them understand how to build a AI enabled tool which is relevant to the organization, how to go and do that mapping and move to other sections also rather than just do this transaction work. So I think somewhere in our mind we have to understand, and the same will be relevant for drivers also. There are so many things which today happen because of human error, you know. So these things will happen, which will reduce accidents, will help save lives as such. And there is always a next level that the person can move on to as such. So I gave HR's example. I think you would be able to relate it to, I'm sorry, I'm not from the automobile industry, so I won't go into details of that, but I'm sure you'll be able to relate it from that perspective.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you.
So I think no other questions. It is already 1:48. So thank you so much, ma'am, for providing us a very comprehensive idea on why it is important to implement AI in HR for people management and how AI could be leveraged across the talent lifecycle. And the highlights on use of AI in recruitment, retention, compensation planning, and other functions with examples were really interesting. Thank you so much for the wonderful session. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure. Thank you all. Thank you for a great audience. And I thank everybody from the academics and the industry who were a great audience and made this session what it was. So thank you all, and a special thank you to IILM for having me for this. Appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So the next session is at 2:30. So please join at 2:25. Thank you so much. Sabyasachi. So good afternoon, everyone. Let us start our third session of the day on relevance of innovative entrepreneurship during COVID-19. History has shown that crisis inspires innovation. So during this COVID-19 pandemic, innovation has been critically, it is keeping many people's lives and workplaces functioning safely. So dining out at restaurants has been replaced by meal and grocery, daily services. The meetings are held through video conferencing. Then healthcare visits are occurring on our screens. So in the views of these changes, we need to understand the relevance and role of your entrepreneurship and innovation during COVID pandemic. So let us invite our next speaker, the speaker of third session, Mr. Vishal Sharma, who is a first generation entrepreneur running 3 successful businesses together. And what makes his story even more inspiring is that his business are into medical industry, and Vishal has no educational background or family ties in this field. Yet, today, he is known as a pioneer in his area of expertise. His graduation is from Stephen College, Delhi, and he is one of the alumni of second batch of IILM. Mr. Vishal's professional career started with the campus recruitment as management trainee by Sahara Airlines. And in his 4 months of career with Sahara, he started his first business venture and made it a very successful one. So Mr. Vishal's second business of setting of the business is up to this blood banks. He has till date has set up more than 75 blood banks in North and East India. With a constant struggle, he started Megacare Medical Services, and this new venture has been recognized by Government of India under the startup scheme. An inspiration to many, Mr. Vishal today runs a very successful theatre group called Working People Production, which has performed in the best auditorium of Delhi. And this brilliant businessman is known for his simple living and values. We welcome you, Mr. Vishal. So the session is up to you now.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for a very generous introduction. I hope I'm able to live up to your expectations. And this is the first time that I am addressing such an esteemed gathering of the professors. This is the first time, probably kind of a dream come true, that I, being lifelong, I've been a student, but this is the first time that I'm delivering a lecture to the lecturers and the professors. So अगर कोई गलती से भी गलती हो जाए तो उसके लिए क्षमा करिएगा, please. Because this is the first time that I am delivering this kind of a lecture to such a panel. So like Dr. Shamli said, that I will be talking about the relevance of innovative entrepreneurship during COVID-19. But to talk about this, I would first have to take you through my journey so far. And I would be sharing a presentation on this. I hope the screen is visible to everybody. Ma'am, in case you can just confirm it to me. Dr. Shamli, in case you can confirm it to me. Okay, thanks. I have received it in the chat. So this is how we start from, and wait. So I'm actually how I would like to explain or term myself is an accidental entrepreneur. What do I mean by an accidental entrepreneur? So I do not come, like what ma'am just said about in the introduction, I do not come from a business family. My father retired as a government servant. He was in the police services. And I had all my family members were in the bureaucracy. So, and I also had plans to join the civil services, because of which I took admission at St. Stephen's College, and I was preparing for that. However, this is way back in 1995, when the in thing was the MBA. Everybody was going in for the CAT, for the MBA, and I too joined the bandwagon. I jumped onto it, and I also started pursuing my MBA, and I forgot about the civil services. After the MBA, I got into Sahara Airlines as a management trainee. Being there, I happened to meet one of the country heads of this medical devices company by the name of Baxter, which had just come into India, and they were establishing their business operations. So during this meeting, this person and I clicked, and he could not offer me a job because I had not come from a sciences background. Therefore, he offered me a chance to become their distributor. I came back home. I discussed this matter with my family members, that is my father and my elder brother. And we said, okay, let's try it out. There's no harm in trying it out, because the investment required, fortunately for me, was not a very big sum. And this was the best time, because Indian economy was opening up, all these guys were coming in. So there was uncertainty, but at the same time, a lot of opportunity. So like what I said, one, the accident, two, one should be able to recognize an opportunity when it's knocking at your doors. So I took the plunge after deciding all the pros and cons. I took the plunge in the business, 1997, and I had just one product to market. That was the blood bags of Baxter. Starting from there, so my weakness was not from coming from a science background, so I could not talk about the product per se. I could not understand and appreciate the product and its usages and the application. So I always was little apprehensive in meeting the doctors to talk on a technical front. But this gave me this helped me in a way, because then I started looking at what are my strengths that I can bank on. So my strength was my family and my educational background, because at that time there was hardly anybody with a similar background in this business. Distributorship was still controlled by traditional families. I'm sorry to use the word, the Lala run companies were there as a distributor. And even today, if you talk about a distributor, this is the first thing that comes to your mind. Arey, wo to aise hi honga. So this gave me this was my strength. When I used to send my card in, the doctor used to meet me, he used to expect somebody, whatever. But when I used to turn up at his doorstep and I used to discuss and talk about it, he used to like it. And this actually became my strength, and I started playing on my strength. So whenever the technical things used to be discussed, I used to call the company people, but I started developing my rapport with the doctors. This also helped me in establishing my rapport with the companies. Now, what happened was, way back in 1997, when I started this business, it was just one product, blood bags, and one company, that was Baxter. But from one product, today I am representing more than 10 multinational companies, and I have more than 1,000 SKUs in this particular product line. So because of my educational and because of my family background, I was able to play this to my strength and leverage this strength to get more companies, to get more customers, and to expand my business. So once an entrepreneur, always an entrepreneur. This is what I actually believe in. So from one product, blood bag, and then expanding the blood bank business, an opportunity knocked in a way that way back in 1999, to be precise, on 1st January 99, Supreme Court came out with a ruling that the professional blood donors were banned in India. Before that, the blood donors were professional. That means they were paid to donate blood, and a lot of drug addicts used to come to donate blood, and that was legal at that time. 1st January 99, Supreme Court gave this ruling and banned the professional blood donors. And blood banks suddenly came under a lot of rules and regulations. Now, all doctors at that time, my customers, were at a loss. They were completely lost on this count. So I started reading about it, and I started talking to the doctors. And what I realized is doctors are very good in their technical knowledge, about their medical knowledge, but they were completely lost on the legal framework. So I started reading about it, and with the new rules and regulations, I developed myself into a consultant and then started marketing myself as a consultant for blood banks. So I started with 2 blood banks way back in 99 in Odisha. I do not know if there's somebody from Odisha or not, but there's a central blood bank and there's a municipal central hospital and municipal hospital in Bhubaneswar. They have these 2 biggest blood banks, and both the blood banks were made by me 100%. And then we handed it over to the Rotary and to the government of Odisha to handle it. So that is where I started my journey as a consultant for blood banks. And so far we have set up 75 blood banks on turnkey basis and have helped more than hundreds of blood banks in upgrading themselves. Then even in business, you have to constantly innovate. So what you see on your screen is a product called Energy Pod. This is just to give you an example. Now, Energy Pod, if you look at it, is actually kind of a lounge chair. It is marketed as a sleeping pod by the company. And this is a standard product. I'm so sorry. This is a standard product in the offices of Google and Facebook. If you have seen a movie by the name of The Social Network, in The Social Network, you would see these energy pods in one of the scenes there, people relaxing on it. So this is supposed to be an energy pod because you can sleep on it for 20 minutes, get a power nap, and energize yourself. So this is how it is. You would be amazed to know the price of this product. It is 15 lakh rupees. I get query nearly every day for this in India. And people ask me that how does this gel with your overall healthcare business? And I say, hey, this is sleeping pod. And sleeping is an essential part of your health. Therefore, it falls under my healthcare segment. And I approached this company, I pitched them the same concept, and they loved it. Now I'm the all India exclusive importer and distributor for this product, and we've been selling decent number of it even at 15 lakh rupees, which is a prohibitively high price. So this is how you constantly innovate, and you have to be on the lookout for newer opportunities. Now I come to where ideas can strike us anywhere. You have to be constantly thinking, your brain needs to be on the work, and you have to keep thinking of new things, what can strike you. Keep playing it in your mind, any idea which comes in, whether it's the pros and cons of the idea. And a lot of ideas get either dismissed in your mind itself, or you start developing on those ideas. This is the hospital sign that you see. This is, now I'm bringing you to the next venture of mine, which is the medical concierge service. So this is in 2016. My father had to go for an angiography. From the angiography, it became angioplasty. From angioplasty, it became a little more complicated, and he had to stay in the CCU for 5 days at Fortis Escorts Hospital in Delhi. The medical director was and is a very good friend of mine there. So I had all the luxuries at my disposal. He had got the VIP lounge open for me. He had put his PA at my disposal. But even then, what I saw there was pretty traumatic, because I had been till that time, for about 19 years, I had been going to the hospital every day to sell my products. But this was the first time that I was there as an attendant for a patient, that to my father. So from the first hand, I experienced the pain, the trauma, the anguish of the attendants who were there in the hospital. I personally just had an emotional trauma because my father was admitted in the CCU. The doctor was known to me, the cardiologist, the medical director was known to me. Everything was at my disposal. There was no problem financially because my father is CGH's beneficiary. Therefore, his finances were taken care of. So there was no hardship for me. However, the mental trauma was a bit too much. Now, what happened was, what I started realizing was the gaps in the healthcare delivery system. So there was a lack of personal touch. For me, yes, but there are others who were just completely lost in that entire system because there was nobody to sit down with them, handhold them and tell them that everything's going to be all right. You don't need to worry. Your patient would be okay in a couple of days' time. Don't take stress on this issue. There was no information available. To give you an example from Fortis Hospital, and combining with the next point is the procedural work. What happens is, if you go there, if any patient goes to a hospital, the billing counter is near the emergency. The TPA, that is the insurance desk, is about 500 meters from there. If you want to get some diagnostic tests, you have to go another 100 meters to another desk, and there's nobody to guide you there. You will just get an announcement saying that Mr. So-and-so's attendant, please reach the billing station. Mr. So-and-so's patient attendant, please reach the diagnostic station. And you'll be completely running around with the files on one hand and trying to navigate yourself through this hospital infrastructure, which is very, very painful and traumatic. Then we come to the trust deficit. We all know that how hospitals have come out to be, unfortunately, that people have stopped believing them. There's always a bad apple, but not everybody is bad. However, everybody is being termed under the same bracket because there's no transparency in their system. And even when the doctors are very good, they're doing their best, the hospital administration is doing their best, but because of the lack of transparency, there's a trust deficit. They say, "Arey, doctor ne to humko loota hai, hospital ne humko loota hai." You do not know what kind of the personal trauma the doctors are going through. To give you an example, in the COVID scenario itself, I lost a couple of my doctor friends to COVID because they were there throughout day and night serving the patients, but they could not make it. They contracted COVID themselves. So it is not that everybody is bad, but yes, there are some bad apples because of which the entire system is labeled as bad. However, because there's no transparency, everybody is getting bad, and hospitals are not working or not to improve their situation in any way. So what is the solution for this? The lack of personal touch. In case we can give personalized service, I'm sorry, the D is missing in the personalized. The information is lack of information. In case we can have a dedicated helpline for a patient to give them the entire information and handhold them in the entire process. The procedural work, somebody running around right, left, and center all over the building, in case they can have a guide who can get this thing done on their behalf. The trust deficit, in case somebody can sit down with them and give the assurance and bring in more transparency into the system, in the billing system, explain it to them before the procedure, after the procedure, explain each component of the cost. In case that can be done, I'm sure the hospitals would be able to get a lot of claim and a lot of the trust back in the system. So this got me thinking that these are the gaps, and no hospital, when I spoke to the hospitals, they either brushed my suggestion. They said, yeah, you're right, but we don't have the time for all this because we are too busy. We have our own cost thing to take care of. So I said, okay, let me get into this business then. So I diversified and started the Megacare Hospimed Services Private Limited. Now, the point to note is that why Megacare and Megacare? Because in 20 years of my business, I had already established my name as Megacare in this industry. The doctors that I worked with in 99, 2000, they were the residents or senior residents at that time. Today, they all are HODs of various departments. So if anybody goes with the Megacare name, it is easily recognizable by that. So this helped me. My education, what I did, my MBA in the marketing, is leveraging my brand name into the new venture. So Megacare, by the way, is a registered trademark of mine. So I started leveraging this Megacare trademark into the new venture as well. So birth of Megacare services, the medical concierge services. So what I did was, the concept of a 5-star hotel. All of you must have stayed in 5-star hotels. There you have a concierge desk. So the concept or the reason behind the concierge desk is whatever you may need in that new city, you just have to ask your concierge there at the concierge desk, and it is his job to get it delivered. He is supposed to be a man Friday. So therefore, I brought this concept of the concierge from a 5-star hotel industry, from the hospitality industry into the healthcare industry. And I started working towards this. So what were the problems that I could realize at that time was help with the hospital admission, coordinate and complete insurance and claims processing formalities where people were completely lost at that time. The pick and drop with an attendant. This is especially true for the elderly people whose children are not staying with them. So in that case, we would provide, we thought, at least at that time, I thought that I would provide them this facility that we would send a car, we would send an attendant, and they would pick them up and they would deliver, they would take them to the hospital, show them to the doctor and bring them back. And the appointment booking. All this would be done through one single number. So this is how I initially conceptualized it as, and I started working towards it. So this brings me to design thinking process. Now, design thinking process is a very interesting tool. The design thinking process by itself has gone through the design thinking process. The first time it was ever discussed was only 4 things were talked about it there, but then other things, it also developed over a period of time. So if you notice it now, the mega care hospimed services, the mega care medical concierge services started with my empathizing with the attendants at the hospital. There, then I defined what is the scope there, or what are the problems that the hospital, with the hospital infrastructure. What are the solutions to it? Ideate, I started working on the concierge concept. I launched the prototype and I started testing it. This design thinking process, so how it empathized, because it started with when I experienced the pain with my own father was admitted in the hospital. I identified the problem there, which is navigating the healthcare system, especially for senior citizens and even for other people, young adults for that matter. For me, the solution is the medical concierge services. So I started discussing the number of ideas, the points of view to surface, the target audience, the service offering, what should be the marketing strategy, etc., etc., etc. And the prototype was launched. With the prototype, I started marketing it to the members, to the general public, especially. I live in Noida. So I started with my society, with people in and around Noida. And then I started with each process because it becomes a complete loop. And initially it is little chaotic. So I started going towards the back into the process of the design thinking. It becomes a loop. If you see it, empathize, define, ideate, prototype, test, go back into that process. Again, you define, you ideate, you prototype, you test. Again, you go into that process till you are able to refine your entire business concept, entire strategy. So here, this is the final mega care services in which we worked out what all services are required by people. So this is kind of a complete with the home care segment. So if I talk about right from the appointment booking, if you can see it on your slide, on your screens, pick and drop with an attendant, suggest a doctor, arrange for a nurse, arrange for a second opinion, medical equipments on rent, provide a trained attendant, follow up and reminder for doctor visits, call an ambulance, maintain digitized medical records, help with hospital admissions, arrange for diagnostic tests at home, coordinate and complete the insurance claims, and 24 hours of medicine delivery. All these ideas, all these statements have come in from 90% from my personal experience and 10% when I started speaking to people. And the final mega care services was this when I launched it way back in 2017. Now, when I launched it, this is the video. I'm going to share a video with you. Please listen and hear it.
Introducing Mega Care Services, India's first medical concierge services. The services we offer are 24/7 helpline, appointment scheduling with a doctor, pick and drop for all hospital appointments, provide a Mega Care attendant during doctor visits, priority service during hospital visits, medicine deliveries 24/7, medication and appointment reminders, home collection of blood samples from your preferred lab, help with hospitalization, provide a trained attendant to stay with the patient at the hospital, arrange for a home visit by a doctor, book nurse or an attendant for home, medical equipment on rent or purchase, discounts on OPDs, tests and medical supplies, maintain electronic medical records. So, if you're in need of compassionate and personalized medical care for yourself or your family members, all you need to do is call us at +91 844 744 9331 or visit us at www.megacareservices.com. Our relationship team will be happy to serve you.
Right. So what happened was the entire process when I'd been working on the mega care, the design thinking process is not something that I did it intentional way of working, because I was doing the same thing. But then what I realized was I was following this design thinking process. And design thinking process, as professors, and especially for professors of marketing, it is very important to teach your students that this is the perfect tool whenever you're starting, whether it's any project, whether they're into business or whether they're into any job. When they're going to launch a new product, this is the tool to follow. And even today, so 2017, when I launched the mega care services and we started marketing ourselves, last year when the COVID hit, had to innovate. So during this, I launched these two other products. That is the home care and isolation packages. I am sure most of you might have heard of it, or some of you may have even availed of it, either with Apollo or Max or some other hospital or the other. So this is the same thing. And we launched these two packages. One was the home care isolation and one was the home recovery packages. And these were two big hit items for us in our offerings. Now, similarly, again, so we keep going back to our tools. Now, if I take you back to this slide, when we started the business, we thought that pick and drop with an attendant and the hospital, the coordination and the number 1 and 2 product in our portfolio. However, what has changed in this entire process is what we realized is that during the COVID time, home care and home setup, the ICU setups at home became the number 1 in demand service. So we had to immediately innovate and we had to ramp up our service to provide the home care segment, provide nursing at home, ICU facilities at home, getting them the CT scans done. So this is what we did. So pick and drop with an attendant and suggest a doctor, arrange for a second opinion, all took a second, they took a back seat. What happened was medical equipments on rent or sale. The medical oxygen concentrators became the number 1 item for us. So we started immediately procuring it. Fortunately, to my other business, I had access to all the manufacturers. So I was able to arrange for the concentrators. For my members, membership-based program, we were immediately able to provide them with a doctor on-call services. So, but again, this entire portfolio, what we thought that the number 1, 2, and 3 service would be so and so, it changed. And we had to change immediately along with that. So these 2 packages we launched. Now what we are looking at with the change in scenario, we are looking at setting up medical facilities in the societies and RWAs. We have already done that at a couple of places. And we have now with our own facilities wherein our doctors would go in, because nowadays people are a little apprehensive of going into a hospital. Therefore, we are now taking the hospital to the societies, setting up there. And this is now taking up a good shape. Similarly, outsourcing of clinics in schools and colleges. Traditionally, all schools and colleges have those clinics wherein there would be a registered nurse or a registered medical practitioner. But with the new age colleges and universities, wherein you would like to give the best care possible to your students, and especially because of the COVID kind of a viral, which is not going to go away, unfortunately, anytime soon, you need expert care. So we are now looking at tying up with this schools and colleges for this business, wherein we would provide them all kind of medical facilities and we would take care of this. So this brings me to the quiz time now. First, let's say if anybody has any questions. I'm open to questions.
Any questions? Then please go ahead. You can raise your hand. So, Mr. Vishal, I think for last 15 minutes, we will open for question and answer.
Ma'am, Mr. Sudhir Kumar has raised his hand.
Acha, okay. Yes. Yes, Mr. Sudhir.
Hello.
Yes, Mr.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon.
Sir, as you have explained your personal experience and how you have started this, so the story is very, very interesting. So I was listening patiently, and I was thinking that some people in our country, very poor they are. So what is your strategy to reach them? Or will you reach them with your concept? What is your concept of this empathy?
Okay, so there are two ways to look at it, sir. One is, what kind of business are you in? Are you talking about the NGO kind of a business, or you're talking about business? Unfortunately, I am in the game of business. If you talk about the poor families, I actually come from Rajasthan, from Pushkar. So in Pushkar, all our summer vacation, winter vacation, Dashera break, I've spent in Pushkar at a farmhouse. I've seen the poverty and the illiteracy firsthand. So what I can tell you for sure is, yes, we need to work on it. Fortunately, the government is working on it with the, not just the Modi government, it actually started from the previous government when they started working on the rural segment and the medical side, and to improve upon the primary healthcare centers. A lot of primary healthcare centers have come up. We can have a discussion some other day about the kind of corruption which is there, which is the fact of the matter. However, it is there. The government is spending lakhs and lakhs of rupees, and the government is doing a phenomenal job on that. Pilferage is happening, yes, but at the same time, still something is reaching to them. In Rajasthan, there's a Rajasthan Medical Services Corporation, which is doing a phenomenal job on this segment. I know for a fact that Gujarat government and Kerala governments are doing a remarkable job again on this segment. So it is the government which is looking after that. The NGOs can look after that. Unfortunately, people like us, I'm not that big, wherein I have to spend the 2% of my profits into the CSR. But I know for a fact that companies like India Mart donated medical concentrators to hospitals. They are donating oxygen plants. A lot of companies are donating oxygen plants to these hospitals in the rural segment, especially. I know quite a few companies because they keep approaching me for supplies of goods to them. We import and we supply it to them, and we support them in terms of services in this rural segment. So a lot of corporates have taken up upon themselves to service the poor segment of a country. Okay, Mr. Bali, he's asked this question from the very beginning to current. How your business perform in terms of revenue generation and growth? How is the current level of competition market? Have you upgraded to app-based services? Okay, fantastic question. Is it Mr. Bali or Ms. Bali, so that I can refer to you accordingly? Should I refer you as sir or ma'am? Okay, so let me start. So I have not gone. So let me take the last part of your question first, Mr. Bali, right? So, sir, let me take up the last question of your last part of your question first. This is not an app-based service as of now. And the reason for not going for the app-based service is, again, recognizing my strengths and weaknesses. So in my strength, in my weakness, I'm not a techie. And if I had gone for an app-based service, to do a good app-based service, you require a technical team, with crores of rupees. And I did not want to go into raising the public or the private equity route. I wanted to keep the control with myself, because if you know it, this business of medical concierge service, the way I have designed it, is a membership-based program wherein it becomes a negative working capital program. By negative working capital, I mean, what happens is I get the membership money firsthand, and it's an yearly based program wherein then the services are delivered over a period of 1 year. So I am, before delivering the service, I know who my member is going to be and what would be the infrastructure required to serve the particular member. Therefore, it is not that first I'm spending the money and then taking the money from the person. So this becomes a negative working capital business. And app-based business, because the moment I go in the app-based business, two reasons. One, because the technical knowledge that I do not possess, and I did not want to lose the control of my business to some technical person. I wanted to keep the control in my hand till such time I'm able to establish myself to a particular level. Two, in terms of app-based service, again, it would lose out on the personal touch that I've been providing to all my members. That has been the primary motive of setting up this business. It is, therefore, it is a little slow, because if it's not app-based, replication becomes difficult, because it is more personally driven, personal experience driven, relationships based business. Therefore, it is slow to expand and slow to replicate. That is one drawback of this business. However, we are trying to cover up on this part by getting more people and training them who are more empathetic. I am not looking at in my employees, not somebody who is coming in to build, who's more driven profitably or more driven towards getting money. I am looking at people who are more compassionate, who are more empathetic to people. Money is obviously an important factor. However, for somebody for whom money is not an important factor is the person that I choose to work with for my organization. Your other part of the question was about in terms of revenues. Ma'am, can you unmute Mr. Bali, because he wanted to be unmuted? He's written.
I'm already unmuted. Vishal sir, am I audible? Am I clearly audible here?
You're audible, but the voice is a little cracking, sir. But tell me, sir.
Okay, fine. Actually, just wanted to know, like, in your business model, like, what is the running percentage profit you are able to secure? And I will say that it is a kind of a, move of more customers, or I will say a niche marketing.
Sir, your voice is not clear. Could you just type it, please?
Okay, sir. I will do that. I will do that.
It is not very clear.
No problem, sir.
So let me answer, by the way, in terms of growth in last 2 years of our operations, we have now about 250 members in our business. And most of these members are through word of mouth, through, we did try to do the marketing through Facebook, but I did not like it. We could hardly get any member from Facebook, but it's all through word of mouth. And our members are basically Delhi NCR. We have not expanded to Pan India because we are not yet ready. So till the time I am not ready, I don't feel confident, I would not go Pan India. I think business, we would rather first concentrate and focus on India itself. 250 members, we are operationally profitable. We became operationally profitable about 4 months ago. And now we are month on month operationally profitable. We obviously right now have deficit, because to set up a business, you require a good amount of capital these days. So therefore it is there. It means you're operating in a niche market. Yes, it means now to give you an idea, you have in India, look at the penetration of the medical insurance. This is how I define my business. if you look at the business of medical insurance, I think the penetration is still in about 25 or 30% of the population only. It is not yet reached to a level of a developed country. And I am operating in that niche segment, people who have the medical insurance. And in that medical insurance also, I'm looking at that tiny piece of business, because it may look a very niche market, but just to give you an idea, I'm sure, unfortunately, all of us went through this bad second phase of COVID. All of us suffered some tragedy or the other, directly or indirectly. And all of us felt the need of having a home ICU, because at that time, the nursing care for home were charging 15,000 rupees a day. And a minimum package was for 15 days. So suddenly people, the revenue, the growth jumped. To give you another example, if you look at the financials, and professors from the finance and the marketing would really be interested, that if they look at the financials of Dr. Lal Pathlab or Thyrocare or Metropolis, they would see about a 30% jump in their revenue and about 70% jump in their profits in the last financial year because of COVID. And that is why Thyrocare, I do not know how many of you are aware of not, Thyrocare has been sold to the new age technology company PharmEasy for 4,500 crores for 66% stake of Dr. Venu Mali, who is the founder of Thyrocare. He sold it for 4,500 crores. It's a very interesting story, but for some other day. But this is how they have made their money. And that is why now everybody is going for these diagnostic companies, which had been saturating. If you look at their financials of 3 years, they were all saturating at a particular price. But suddenly, because of COVID, they all jumped. And that is why everybody is now going into the diagnostic industry. So chronic patients, I'll tell you what, the problem with the chronic patients is, like, for example, if I talk about oncology, the cancer patients. In the cancer patients, the problem comes in that no matter whatever strata of society they're coming from, but cancer completely squeezes out the person of their finances. And it is a lost hope. You're fighting a lost battle at the last days. So people do not like to spend money on that particular front. Same is the case with kidney cases. Same is the case with multiple sclerosis patients. So when we look at that, it's a very painful thing. When we talk about old age people, yes, sir, old age people there. So nowadays, what we are focusing on are senior citizens whose children are settled abroad. These senior citizens are otherwise active. But since their children are not here, we are marketing it to their children that we would look after your parents. You do not have to have that stress of how your father is doing, how your mother is doing. We cannot replace them emotionally, but we try and replace them physically. This is how we market ourselves, we pitch ourselves. Yes, sir, Mr. Prabhu Shankar, sir.
Sir, good afternoon. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Prabhu Shankar, professor in DG Academy of Managerial Excellence, Coimbatore. So there are a lot of takeaways from your session, sir, actually. And as you said, being an entrepreneur, always to be an entrepreneur, and the gaps, identifying the gaps in the system. And rarely we can see the entrepreneurs, they can apply design thinking. So it's very informative session. I can share many insights to my students. But my question is, during the unprecedented times of COVID, as you see, people, we've been waiting in ambulances and they're looking for some assistance to take them to oxygen, hospitals having oxygen. So how have you managed to provide healthcare services to the affected people during the tough times of COVID, maybe in the May and June? You will be receiving a number of calls to your healthcare center, and how you balance them and to provide the service to the needy people, sir, during the times?
Sir, so fortunately for me, because of my connections with the hospitals, because the other business, from my other business side, that actually helped me a lot, because I knew the technicians in the hospital who were conducting the CT scans. I knew the doctors there. So that, and obviously because when I started with the medical concierge service, we tied up with a lot of hospitals. So we had the direct numbers of the people who were managing this at the back end. So whenever any member you wanted to get a CT scan done, for example, we used to call up on that number, get the CT scan booked, get the ambulance booked from the hospital, get them, and maximum what we used to offer, because we would not be able to send a person in the ambulance with the patient, with the COVID patient. So our person used to accompany the ambulance right till the hospital and used to assure the person that we are here, do not worry. I'm sitting right in the car, on my motorcycle, in my car. You don't have to worry about it. We would again escort you back. So especially with the ladies, this used to be a little concern, going in an ambulance all alone. So that time, whenever they used to see being another car or another person on a motorcycle escorting them, they used to have that confidence and they used to feel a little relieved. Similarly, all their payments were taken care of either by these people online or by my team online. So they never had to bother about the payments, and they could transfer the money to us, or their children could transfer the money to us, but we were taking care of their finances. We used to get the reports beforehand, before anybody could, because of our connections. So everywhere what helped us, and to help our members in turn, was our connection with the hospital industry. Yes, all the hospitals, all diagnostic labs, the entire facility, healthcare infrastructure was crumbling at that time. They were all overwhelmed. But even then, fortunately for us, we were able to provide the service. I would say to a great extent, the Noida Authority came out with this helpline number that I personally utilized to get beds for the patients. And that was a remarkable feature. I do not know how the other states fared, because our members were primarily in this region, and we were able to get the beds for our patients with difficulty. For some, we did lose some members also. It was not that all the members, we could treat them well. But yes, we lost about 4 members to COVID, 4 or 5 members to COVID, which is pretty unfortunate, especially. But we were able to cope up. It was a traumatic time. I hope we never get to see this time ever again. Nobody has to go through this. But yes, we were able to able to serve our members during this time. I'm very happy and proud of that fact.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Because I asked question means in Coimbatore, during the even downtimes of COVID, some of the private hospital failed to admit test patients during the gasping stage, and they've been directed to government hospital. And after that 2 or 3 days, the patient lost their lives. This hasn't happened to my relatives also. Even they failed to admit them in emergency care and saying that at this stage we will not admit, you go to GH.
And it happened with everybody, sir. I don't think any family was left unaffected by COVID in the second wave, sir. Very unfortunate. Sorry to hear that, sir.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else, or I can proceed to the quiz part now? This is giving me a sadistic pleasure of quizzing the professors. It's always been the professors who quizzed us, but I'm getting a sadistic pleasure out of this now. Okay, so here is your first question. So design thinking is thinking about designing ways in which people think, asking users to solve problems, or designing, framing, and solving problems from users' perspectives. I would request the professors. I would just take 2 minutes and then I would answer this question. I'm happy to note this, that everybody is answering. Most of you are answering, but what is not giving me the pleasure is that nobody is answering it incorrectly. Everybody's answer is right. It is D. Yes, so it is designing, framing, and solving problems from user's perspective. This is the correct answer. Question number 2. What are the steps of design thinking process? Understand, draw, ideate, create, or test. B, empathize, define, ideate, prototype, test. C, empathize, design, implement, produce, test. Or understand, define, ideate, produce, test. It's all about semantics, actually. All are correct, I think, except one, where, or D. No, the correct answer, so let me come down to this. The correct answer is B, which is empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. It looks similar, understand, but here we're talking about empathize. Empathize is very different from understanding it, because empathize is when you feel it yourself. That is where it comes from. And in the B and C is ideate or implement. First, we need to ideate it. First, we need to focus on working on this thing. For example, when I was ideating it, I think there was a question by Mr. Bali about the competition part also. So we have a competition. It's not that we do not have competition. So what I looked at was, in this business, who are the competitors? So you have company like Practo, you have company like Liberate, you have company like Credi Health, but they do not have all the offerings under one roof, and they're all app-based. So Mr. Bali's question was about the app-based. The senior citizens are not very friendly with the app-based programs. So therefore, we wanted to create something where the senior citizens would be happy and would be able to take care of this thing. So therefore, it's a non-app based. And that is where we differentiate ourselves, that we are not an app based. We are very user friendly in the sense it's just one phone call. And give me 1 second. I will just show you something. So in case you can see this is the nurse we have created, the fridge magnets we have created, which we put up with all the senior citizens, wherever it is easily accessible or reachable for them, especially the fridge or any other place close by. And if you notice it, this is that one number, and why a figure of a nurse that we created, so that they don't have to remember. If it's just mega care, they may forget. But in case it is a nurse, they would remember, oh, that medical company, that nurse wala jo hai, uska number de do mujhe. So therefore, we created such things where it is easily recognizable by them, and they would be easily be able to call us with that. So B is the right answer in this. Question number 3. Design thinking is a linear process. True or false? Yes, sir. All of you are right. This is false. Question number 4. One needs to have professional training in design to become a design thinker. True or false? My request to all of you is that, especially professors in marketing and in maybe research methodology, design thinking process is a fantastic tool. I chanced upon it. I did all my business through this process only, but unknowingly. It was much later that I realized the strength of this. So in case all of you can work on it with your students, it would be a fantastic tool to promote for them, whether they're in the business or whether they do their job. Correct answer is false. Most of you have got it right. Question number 5. Design thinking typically helps in innovation, data analytics, financial planning, operational efficiency. This is a little tricky. Let's see who's able to get it right. So all those who are answering D, they are all wrong. So it is actually innovation. It does bring in operational efficiency at a different level. Somebody answered it all. No, data analytics obviously doesn't help. Financial planning, it would help, but it would come much later on. Actually, design thinking is all about innovation. How you bring innovation. Operational efficiency would automatically come in because of the process, but it is the tool for innovation. And this now brings me to the end of the presentation. So I thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Satpathy. Thank you, everybody. And in case we still have time, so in case anybody has any more questions, I would be more than happy to take them. Yes, doctor. Yes, Mr. Prabhushankar.
Sir, you've been offering the services only in Greater Noida, or you've been offering the service in South India, sir, or any plans to expand?
As of now, no, sir, because it's Delhi, Gurgaon, and Noida, 3 cities that we are offering this plan to. Not to South. I have got a lot of queries from South, especially from Kerala, because there are a lot of senior citizens who are there and their children are based abroad. So probably if I ever venture out from here, I think the next stop would be Kerala, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you, Dr.
Dr.
Satpathy.
Shweta Sharma has questions.
Yes, ma'am. Please tell me.
Yes, Dr. Shweta. Any other question? Because we still have time. Yeah, Dr. Sasdev he has question. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Sir, do you think design thinking is a cup of tea for everyone?
Ma'am, you're not audible. Can you please be louder?
Sir, design thinking is, do you think that it is a cup of tea for everyone? Everyone can innovate or everyone can go for design thinking?
Absolutely, ma'am. You're as smart as the company you keep. So if I hang around with people who do not do any thinking, then my brain would also stop working. Whereas if I hang around with professors, I would be far more intellectual. I would also start thinking accordingly. So it is all about the kind of discussions one has and the kind of company one person moves in, that helps a person.
Your point is valid that it depends upon company, but in organizations like especially in, I don't know about the public one, but in private organizations where competition is too much high, the groups are being made, and it is very difficult for the new one to enter in the groups. They never share the information that how they are progressing and how they are learning the things. So in that case, even for a newcomer or the person who wants to learn the things, he or she face the problem to get the guidance and to have a group which where he or she can do healthy discussions and learn as you have told.
Ma'am, that is where professors can come in and can pitch in for the students. This is how I was helped in my business by, there were 2 doctors, 2 unrelated doctors. They were my customers first, and I still call them as my godfathers because they taught me about what blood banking was all about. And I learned a lot from them, and I used to go morning till evening. I used to be sitting with them, and I learned from them about each and every aspect about the product, about the processes, about the procedures, and that is why I learned. So it has to come individually to an extent, and then people have to. I was lucky. I was extremely lucky to find somebody like that who mentored me. But in case the professors can help and mentor their students, it would be phenomenally nice. And in case you feel, any of you feel that your student needs some kind of a mentoring, I would be more than happy to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sharma, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. How this entrepreneurship course should be there in the management education, and what would be your guidelines or your advice to the students who wants to start their business just after PGDM or MBA course?
Ma'am, so I firmly believe that besides few tools like design thinking process and couple of other tools like that, you can't teach anybody about entrepreneurship. It has to come from within, number one. Number two, it has to be more practical oriented. So until you do not give them a project to run, product development, so it has to be, rather than theoretical, it has to be more practical. You tell them that, okay, you set up a fictitious company and you run this company, you design the entire marketing and everything. You allocate a fund to them, allocate a sum, and say that you need to now develop and come up with this. So till that time, that practical approach doesn't come in, I don't think theoretical lecture about entrepreneurship would help.
So there are students who basically join PGDM and they come with their aspirations that they want to start their business. So how would you advise them? I mean, how they should prepare themselves to do that? I mean, do you think any experience is required before that? What would be your advice on that?
So my advice is, it would all depend on the kind of homework they have done about the kind of business they want to get into. Just by saying that I want to get into business and then starting something without thinking, without due diligence, would be a complete waste of money and time and energy. It should be more on basis of see everything that you've studied, like research methodology, marketing, the finance, everything comes into place when you're doing business. If I'm doing a job at, let's say, when I was doing a job at Sara Airlines, my job was to go and market Sara Airlines. I was not worried about where am I going to get my salary from at the end of the day. But here, and when I'm running my business, it is my biggest stress for any businessman is to ensure that he's able to make the payments to his employees on time. Come what may, the 7th is the payday, the 7th remains a payday for all my employees, come what may. So this becomes a stress. On one hand, you're running a company. On one hand, your payments are blocked at the hospital with your customers. On the other hand, you still have to ensure that you have to keep your company up and running. The rents have to go out. The electricity bill has to go out. The telephone bills have to go out. You have to meet your financial commitments. So when I studied marketing, I again have no accounts background, but now I am far well versed with the accounting procedures. I can read the balance sheets. I can read profit and loss accounts much better than most of the BCom students. So it all depends on how well you're ready to invest emotionally and physically and into the business. And business is not everybody's cup of tea. Anybody who is little apprehensive or has anxiety issues should never get into business. So you have to be mentally extremely strong to get into business. That is what one take I would give to all the people.
Okay, thank you. Any other question from the audience? I saw Mr. Kulkarni, somebody was wanting to ask any question. Anybody else? No. So, sir, one, you mentioned that, it is, you cannot teach entrepreneurship. Still, we have electives. We are trying to give this idea about, innovation and entrepreneurship to our students. So you have the experience. So, and you mentioned that, it should be something based on the practical aspects. So if we want to put something on into the curriculum of management education, what are those practical aspects that you want to highlight here? I mean, how we can include that in the course curriculum?
Ma'am, this question cannot be answered here. You have to pay me as a consultant. I'll come and then advise you.
Okay.
No, on a lighter note, I think the best business practices can be taken up. You can see the course curriculum from Harvard, Princeton, and how they are developing it. And again, I would just say that you have to have a practical approach. I do not know. Again, I am not an academician. I have never set up a course curriculum for anybody. So I'm not the right person to advise you, except that it has to have a lot of practical approach to it.
Any other question from the participants? Abha ma'am, are you there?
Okay, Dr. Teresa has just asked.
Okay.
So I would, okay, Dr. Satish Puturi has an idea.
Dr.
Let's
Satish
first
wants
listen
to
to his
share
idea,
something.
then I'll talk about the other thing.
Yeah, Dr. Satish, you can go ahead.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, sir.
Yeah, this is regarding your question only, ma'am. With the organizer's permission and the resource person, I would like to share some idea about that.
Yes,
How
please
we
go
can
ahead.
push this to students is that what we tried is that traditionally we have that entrepreneurship skill. That is the first thing that definitely has to be there, because a lot of technical issues will be there which will be guided by them, and we have some entrepreneur skill organizations are there where there will be internships will be called off, and we need to identify the out of the entire. See, whenever the students take admissions, all the students are not pushing towards being an entrepreneur. Then you don't need to be a MBA or a PGDM, definitely. But what thing they need to do is that you need to identify who have that an idea, but they are not, could not able to express themselves that whether this idea works out or not. So that what we can do is that we need to put in a panel in the colleges, not with the entrepreneurship cell members. Along with that, we need to identify these internships, and if we push them, like what we do is that like we have a 5 months industry internship where we push students to go for a 5 months internship in the companies, and we support them to place them also. So that what they will do is that, and mostly we will go for startups only. So the one thing is that if they really like that to be career building, then they will be having a good growth being a part of the startup. Otherwise, if they have that entrepreneurship idea or something, they will come out closely working with it, because as we work, the students works in the internship, so they'll be closely working with the people who establish it and who brought the idea, and then who taken a wear and tear of all that establishing themselves as a new startup or an entrepreneur. So there, these people will get a good thorough exposure and the mentorship, and we even guide the students that as well as we go to those after 2 months of the internship, we go to them and we meet the directors or the CEOs of those, and then we will ask them, so do you find any kind of such students where you feel that they have such a dream of or a thought of going for an entrepreneurship, and basing on their feedbacks we'll take collect, and then we will discuss in the institute, and those people we push them for the entrepreneurship. This is the one way we do. That's what I thought of sharing it. Thank you.
Great, sir. The other thing that what you can do is you can go for the incubation centers in your institutes.
Yes,
Wherein
exactly.
we can promote
Correct.
the students to come and start off from there itself. So
Yes.
the incubation centers is what IITs are doing, what other great institutes are doing.
Even
Similarly,
in Telangana, we have a incubation center by Telangana State. where it will be having around 400 to 500 starters will be working out their ideas in there.
Fantastic. Sir.
So yeah, thank you very much.
So somebody just said about the risk bearing capacity. Now we can't, I think a lot of this thing would be about the EQ element, emotional quotient that needs to, you have to do evaluations. I think a lot of psychologists would be able to help you in assessing your students and then guiding them whether they have the capability or the risk-taking ability or not. So if you go for the psychologist, they would be the right people to assess whether the person has the risk-taking facility or not, risk-taking ability or not. Now, it's a fantastic question, and that is what I had said earlier also, that running a business or becoming an entrepreneur is not everybody's cup of tea. One person has to be emotionally extremely strong. I lost a very dear friend of mine who was a very successful businessman at one time, but lost everything because some other reasons, and he became a bipolar disorder patient, and from being a bipolar disorder patient, ultimately he passed away because of COVID. So no, it is not everybody's cup of tea, and risk-taking ability should be assessed before guiding anybody to get into business. And that is where the psychologist can come into the play. You can't create anybody, teach anybody a risk-taking ability. You can train them that yes, there would be some pitfalls. Yes, you need to be emotionally be ready, but at the same time, you can't teach them about this. This is what I feel.
So, sir, what do you feel that this design thinking would be relevant and helpful for the management students? And most of the management institutes, they are doing this course. So it should be a core course or an elective?
No, this is not a course per se. I think this would be part of either research methodology or part of marketing, which can come in. So you can develop on this, but this could be a part of either RM or marketing. I would leave it to the institutes and to the academicians to decide on where it would fall. But yes, because this is one of the most practical tools that I've seen in business or I have used in the business to develop on this thing. So like I said, when I started working on it, I was not working as per this tool, but I was working because of my education and experience. But then later on, I realized that, hey, this is the tool that I had been using. So in case I had the access or had the knowledge of this tool earlier, probably I would have been far more scientific in my approach.
So, Mr. Vishal, Professor Abha Singh is there. She is the Director, Center for Emotional Intelligence of IILM. Ma'am, would you like to ask something?
Thank you, Shamli, and good afternoon to one and all. And my heartfelt gratitude to Vishal for taking this session and listening about the importance. And at right time, I think I clicked in when you were talking about psychologist importance in the assessment and evaluation of personality, which I believe is very, very critical when you try to become and take a risk to formulate an idea and make an organization. There is a test, Vishal, I must tell you, there is a standardized test on entrepreneurship, assessment, personality we do.
That's fantastic.
So this is how I think in our college, we are also initiating in IILM University that cell in which you talked about. This is the way to go forward. We can't just teach this entrepreneurship in the class. Yes. Students should come with idea and implement, even though they fail. But yes, how and when and why they come, their assessment has to be done. Yes. Just because whole world, particularly India, we all are talking of entrepreneurship because we know what our country governance is saying, that we need to be employer, we need not to be employee, we need to create employment, not look for employment. That's good. That thinking is good, but Does it fit in me, in my personality to take it forward? Or I end up my life, as you said, one example.
Yes.
So that risk taking is a very critical and important today. We need to take risk, but to what extent my personality? I'm just elaborating because most of you are in the business school. So I'm just adding in that scientific aspect of it that everybody has that stress tolerance level. If I have a thermometer like a measuring a temperature, similarly, we have a stress tolerance level measurement. So maybe my stress level would be this 80%, your would be 90, 60, 40, 50. Now person who has 50 and 40, you are sending him because usko job nahi mila, open your organization, you are an entrepreneur. Please do not give this message to students.
True.
That's
Very
my appeal
true.
to everybody. We need to assess, having an idea, implementing it. There's a whole process from ideation to creation to implementation. We all know it, In textbook, we teach this. But in real life, I think you can give whole life, your own ideation and creation only, but doesn't come to implementation in that way, in the practical aspect.
Yes.
So that's where I, as a psychologist and behavioral scientist, feel that we need to caution our student, not threatening them, but giving a scientific way to look at things. Our personality and behavior is very scientific. Like a Peter Drucker, when he stated this statement, I always like that statement. Things which are managed can be measured. I follow in psychology also this. Things which cannot the behavior cannot be measured, cannot be managed. For whether it is adolescent, whether it is adult, whether any group you ask me. If there needs to be a change, there needs to be an improvement, I need to know the basic level, what exactly you are at, what level, how can I make improvement? Suppose you want to go to risk-taking level higher, I need to see whether what is your bandwidth, can you take it or not? Giving a lot of assignments and kind of work and then assessing your outcome, not only testing, but doing and applying that trait in some work and seeing the outcome, then is a total assessment. Otherwise, I think now psychologists are also making a business that they do one test and they say you are at this and you are, no, I'm sorry, I don't do that. I don't believe in that. We are not here to label people. We are here to tell you, this is your state of mind at present. You can improve or you can worsen yourself the way you do your activity, the way you conduct yourself, the way you do what you want to do in life, and what are the ways and means you are utilizing. So there are a lot of things, just now psychologists are also using this test as we all know, is a major business in our country. But whether the testers are scientific testers, I have a doubt, because I follow American Psychological Association guidelines as a psychologist. What should I do and what should I not? I'm not allowed to do. There is prescribed, we all need to follow as a psychologist. So I think like Quake, people have jumped into testing also, Vishal, I have seen, and I have made many people realize, and they have closed their shops then, because they had to. Either I told them, you hire my psychologist and then do good work, only your MBA degree and other, no offense to anybody, cannot suffice you to test a person that you are assessing a personality, using a personality instrument, which we know why it was designed. If you ask me, I can tell you why MBTI was developed, how it was developed, why it came into existence. 10 years it took to take the shape of the MBTI test. Today it is so popular. Big Five, there is a story behind those test construction. So I think just reading and just analyzing in a class and telling student, oh, you are like this, you are like that, I'm sorry, we should not do this. That's where I think we need to be very careful, and particularly when you talk of risk taking, it's also a risk for a people who is evaluating how to help person to know and make him convince and watch his growth. We have to track, that it's not that if innovation cell is doing this process, they have to track that growth of that student.
True.
You are liable to them. Today university is saying we are lifelong teaching, we teach to students. We are a lifelong, I think, process of teaching we have in our culture and curriculum. What is lifelong process of teaching and learning? That's lifelong learning. How it can happen when I'm holding your hand when you are in problem. You don't have to attend my college because I don't give you degree at that moment. You can come back to me because you have all the right to come to your teachers because this is your college, this is your university. And you have all right to go back to them, and that is what the lifelong teaching, I mean, I understand that way. And if we can follow, and I follow, and some of students do come, we don't charge them, we don't ask them to pay anything. It's our, because it's our reverence for them. I think that they are coming to us. I feel that. Still, I'm relevant to them, in that point of life. That's how, as a teacher,
this is very important in case the students can feel back that even after going into their corporate world, they can come back and they can relate to the teacher. That's extremely important and a fantastic thing to do.
So that's it simply from my side. I thought I should pitch in as a psychologist. का नाम उन्होंने लिया विशाल जी ने, तो मैं सोचा मैं आ ही जाऊँ.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other question? I think most of the people have interacted as per their understanding. So thank you so much, Mr. Vishal, for a very interactive session, and your session took our audience through a very interesting startup entrepreneur journey with the challenges and invention process that followed with reference to COVID-19. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we are so grateful that you
I would
joined.
like to request Vishalji, when we have, as he was talking about curriculum, when we make entrepreneurship, we are teaching.
Yeah.
I also don't believe in that curriculum, but we also follow the standards and benchmarks. So we introduce in our course curriculum. So I think we should, if you seeing your availability and convenience, we like to interact with you on the syllabus part. And
it'll be a pleasure, ma'am.
Our college.
Ma'am, Mr. Vishal is one of the alumni of IILM.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
So I think I hit the right chord.
And last year he was selected as to be the best, alumni of the year. Yeah, the alumni award that was there. So due to this COVID thing, we could not hold that meeting.
That's all right. Thank you so much.
So
It will be a
great.
pleasure, ma'am. It will be a pleasure to come and meet you as well.
Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah. So tomorrow we are meeting at 9:30 again. Thank you.